friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Today we're going to be building a full stack app. What we're going to be using, I don't know. There's so many options. I'm lost in the options, but we're going to talk about it. So some options are Deno Fresh, which is a newer thing, but it seems pretty sweet. It's a full stack framework, very similar to Next.js, but they do some pretty interesting ahead of time rendering things. It's pretty slick. I also could just do Next.js. I don't know if I really ever even built a Next.js app on stream before, so that could be fun. We could also do SvelteKit. That could be fun. Nuxt 3 is out. That could be fun. We have so many options. Use Bun. If we used Bun, I guess we could use Next. I don't know. We'd probably run into something that's not supported, though. Yeah, and then that's the other option, is to just go like the pure beginner-ish route and kind of just do like an Express app. And just maybe even like a vanilla JS or a web component front end. Let's take a quick stretch. Happy Friday, everyone. Welcome in. I mainly do JavaScript. I don't have much PHP experience. Yeah, but the other thing to talk about and the other thing to consider is what ORM would we use, because we are going to talk to a database, and I'm thinking we do a SQL database. So let's throw this in here too. Okay, so this is our backend stack or framework, one of these things. And then, yeah, so a database ORM like library are we going to use? Prisma is a possible. I've never used Prisma before, but it looks good. I've used Objection.js a lot, and I like it a lot. It's one of my favorites. Yeah. I see a lot of names in the chat I haven't seen in a while. I mean, I cut my hair probably like over a month ago, but if it's your first time seeing it, I know it's a bit of a shock, and I apologize. Also, I've got a bit of a boob shadow, so I may adjust my lighting. Oh yeah, see, like, so maybe we use the Fastify instead. So there are options that are like just like what do you call it? Sinatra style, if you even know what that means. So basically like Express.js, Fastify, Koa, all of these were inspired by Sinatra, which is a Ruby backend thing for making fairly simple APIs, very unopinionated. But all of these kind of like fall into that category. You need a lot more stuff to like build out the stack if you choose these. Whereas if you choose any one of these, they've made a lot of the decisions for you and they have a lot of opinions. Yeah, SQLize would be another option. Boob shadow? There's this, like I don't know, I guess maybe I'm just self-conscious, but you can there's shadow in this general area. Yeah, we could also use Connect. So Connect isn't an ORM, just a query builder. Meaning it's like a way of writing SQL in JavaScript without directly writing SQL, but you don't have like models or anything like that. And we are going to choose a SQL database. Nest.js, I guess, is another option. So here's the thing. I'm talking about this. I'm making it sound like I'm going to let you vote on it, but I'm also just like mulling over these options in my head because I don't even know. It's been a while since I just started up a fresh app. Pectoral shadow, that's good, Alka. That's a good way to put it. What is, okay, I could check out Formidable. Formidable.js. And then, so, GraphQL style, there's that TRPC, which I've been wanting to look at as well. Honestly, this could just turn into an exploration of all these things where we spend like an hour and a half just deciding and then we start building. I don't know what PRQL is, Alka. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, and Econ Martin, thanks for the bits. Yeah. Oh yeah, we didn't have Nuxt on here. So the app should involve some kind of map on the front end. That's the app. I don't know what the app idea is yet, but it will involve a map. As a map on the front end. So you could think of all the things we could do with that, like users could submit locations, maybe photos at a specific location, or people can do like check-ins at a specific location, that kind of thing. Some kind of map. Yeah, so instead of using an ORM, you would, and if you're not using an ORM and you're not using a query builder, you would use a database adapter, and then just raw SQL code. And so yeah, if we were talking to a Postgres database, there's the PG module. If we're talking to MySQL, there's a MySQL module. And Heavenly Father, thanks for that Prime. I want to use SQL though. I definitely want to use SQL. Never heard of Redwood. Let's look it up. Code then cake? No, you didn't. And why didn't we hear a sound just now? Did you all hear a sound? Did you? let me know if did you hear the notification sound, because I didn't hear it. Man, thank you. That's a lot. I appreciate it. My goodness. Too kind. Can we get some hearts in chat? Send all the hearts you got over to Code Thin Cake's direction. Yeah. Wow. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay. Yeah. So we put Nuxt on the list. The drop game should still be there. There's a 90-second drop cooldown on the drop game. And what's up, Heavenly Father, who is a Scrum Master from Dallas? Welcome in. Welcome in. Glad to have you. GeoGuessr? Maybe. I want some kind of user-submitted stuff for a map. Suggest trips on a map. Oh, you could suggest like a user user-submitted road trips with stops, something like that. I've only heard Planet Scale. I've never even looked at their website. Is there more things happening? There is. Okay, I gotta work on my notifications. I think you all can hear that. Gustag Olber, thank you for the Prime. And BGNYC, thank you for the 9 months. Much appreciated. What was I doing? We were typing Planet Scale. I've heard Theo talk about Planet Scale. That's the only place I've heard Planet Scale. Shout out to Theo. Yeah. Travel location route plan. Okay, yeah, so instead of like user submitted road trips, maybe just a route planner. Vacation route planner. Really, it could just be like a collection of places you want to visit at a given location. I honestly kind of like that. We've built map apps in the past that were like a travel log or a check-in map. But what if you could say, these are the 10 spots you should go to when you visit Denver? So like a tourist spots list creator or something like that. I think that sounds good. Yeah, and thanks again, Code Thin Cake. I appreciate you. Can we use Supabase? Oh, that's... I kind of want to use an ORM. I kind of do. I mean, that would make it easier. I feel like there would be less code we'd have to write and less setup we'd have to do if we use something like Supabase or Planet Scale. So is Planet Scale on the same in the same idea as Supabase? I'll have to look it up. Look at all those hearts. PRQL is another way to write SQL. Oh, I had no idea. So many hearts. That's awesome. There's a ban button on the gifted sub message. Wait, what? Oh, like I see what you're saying. As a mod, you could ban somebody for gifting subs. Food truck tracker could be cool It's not as, I feel like it's not as universal though. I think I'm liking this idea of, as a user, you can create a list of tourist spots that you can share with someone else. And when you share it with them, it brings it up on a map, and you can enter in info about each of the spots. I like that as an app idea. A dating or a chat app, yeah. And welcome in, Altered Brit. Oh! Yeah. Yeah. So, like, Postgres is actually, I mean, there's so many categories of these things. We could build like a flow chart of what these things are and the relationship between them. But that also reminds me of Hasura, which is GraphQL, an automatic GraphQL API that you just point it at a, let me start over. Let's say you have a Postgres database. You've already built out the tables and the relationships and everything. You point Hasura at it, and it instantly turns it into a GraphQL API. It generates all the schemas and everything else. So that's another route we could go. Yeah. Did I release YouTube videos on the wrong channel? Don't think so. I'll take a second to talk about my YouTube channels, because things are happening and they're weird, at least for right now. So, if you're subscribed to me on YouTube, youtube.com/codinggarden, in the past, I essentially uploaded every single live stream, unedited for the most part, to this YouTube channel. I have now transitioned where any new upload to this channel will have been edited in some way. So the Svelte Abstravaganza video that got uploaded, do I have a video command? Yeah. So that's the latest YouTube video. That one is actually, it's still an hour and a half, but it was edited down from a 3-hour live stream. But then if you go over to the Coding Garden archive channel, that has the full stream. So if you look at the recent videos, that has the full 3-hour Svelte Abstravaganza stream, including me playing the ukulele, apparently. So the channels are related in that all of the VODs are going to be going to the archive channel. And I think I have like 4 VODs that I can publish today. But I still have like over 20 VODs that I need to upload. They're all going to be going here. And then edited videos, as I do them, will be going here. And I have to decide what video I'm going to edit next. So that's how things are working. Theme park to-do map. It could be interesting. I feel like it's too focused on one part of the map, because you'd have to like pick a theme park. I like the just general, yeah, POIs, points of interest. Cool. The video shouldn't be lagging. On the left-hand side is real-time chat. On the right-hand side, I'm about 4 minutes behind on chat, but I'm doing my best. I'm going fast. Geocaching could be fun. Yeah. A map of clean public restaurant. Wasn't there a Twitch streamer working on a bathroom map app? I feel like we rated them at one point. Cool. We'll have to check out Plans Go. And what's up, Sledge Dog? I feel like it's been a while. Maybe it hasn't. Maybe you were here last time, but thanks for being here. And Diesel, what's up? A concert booking app. You vote on a top destination. Oh, that could be interesting. I think I'm sticking with the POIs. I do think I am. We're gonna stick to the JavaScript of some kind. In the future, I definitely want to do more .NET and Entity Framework stuff, because it's just nice. It's true. Oh, welcome in, XRHXTY. Appreciate you. Who wants to get banned for gifting subs? Please don't try to get banned for gifting subs. Please don't. How can I change an env file with database table values? Not sure why you would do that. Typically, your database table names aren't environment variables. That would more like be in your source code. So I don't know. Yeah, I'll explain. Yeah, I can maybe do a quick like video that could be edited down, like content, DB libraries, database drivers are one thing, ORMs are one thing, and below that are query builders. And ways to interact with the DB is what all these things are. And then apparently PRQL, I'll have to look into that. I think that's maybe, if it's just like a direct, I'll have to look into it. But that'd be a good quick beginner topic. We can, after I welcome everybody in, we can talk about that. And then we'll pick a stack. I want it to have auth, either like Google auth or Twitch. Maybe we'll do Twitch auth just because we're on Twitch. But what's up, Mr. Demon Wolf? Welcome in. Everyone should check him out. Click that link. Drop a follow. And Evan Lee is asking, any experience with Vue? I have a lot of experience with Vue. It's one of my favorite things. I write a lot of other stuff because Vue isn't as popular, but Vue, in my opinion, Vue is the best. Yeah. People can submit images with the location and you can play a game of GeoGuessr. I like it. The only issue is when you're dealing with user submitted images, things can go wrong. Things can go very wrong. And thank you, that guy from Holland, for the posture check. The Shebas, welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah. Bluefang says, I had the same idea and called it Greg the Tour Guide, where it would give you routes to the most popular location in a city or the town the user enters. That's pretty cool. I like the idea of it being crowdsourced. And that people, you basically create lists of places to visit. And so, like, I could go, like, for instance, Alka came to Denver several months back. Was it a year ago? What is time? I don't know. Alka came to Denver at one point, and I just wrote this big, long, I don't even know if he used it, but it was a fun activity for me. But I wrote this big, long list of, like, these are all the places I like to eat. These are places you could go for entertainment. But it would have been interesting to send him a link to a site that just had it all overlaid on a map. February. Okay, not that long ago. Wait, was that February 2021 or February 2022? I don't know. But Alka was saying that PRQL is pronounced prequel. Text that gets compiled into a SQL query. Oh, so it's kind of like a query builder. We'll see, though. I'll clarify that. I'm drinking tea right now. Cheers. February 1948. Yeah. So the unedited one got posted to the other channel. What's up, Black Devil? Welcome in. For the maps, try this out. What is it? Did they change their name? Is this the one from Airbnb? Because I've used it if it is. Pretty sure I've used this. But it's slick. I believe isn't it like a React library for dealing with maps? Maybe not. I don't know. All right. Still 5 minutes behind. we're catching up. App to show dev events. I guess that could be interesting, though. There are quite a few websites that already list like tech conferences and stuff like that. Though whatever we build doesn't have to be original. It's really just for the practice of building and learning. So, do you think we should take time to add chapters to the archived videos? Only for the main channel? Really, honestly, only for the main channel. I think, and that's the main focus should be on the main channel right now. And if you're wondering what Mark is talking about, I have a GitHub repo going called Community Contributions, where people can submit. I need to merge these pull requests. Actually, let me just put that on my list of to-do so I don't forget. But people can submit timestamps for my YouTube videos. Because it's a pretty big endeavor to do it myself. So I actually, if you look at the latest 2 videos on my YouTube channel, I created timestamps for them. And it literally took me, like, even watching at 2x, well, I guess that would make sense, but even watching at 2x, it took me like hours to do the timestamp. So it's a tedious process. But if you find yourself watching an old Coding Garden VOD, you could go in and create timestamps. So you can see Funny Boy submitted some. Appreciate that. Where essentially they went through, watched the video. It could be any video that doesn't have timestamps yet, and then created a bunch of timestamps for it. Fantastic. Wow. Appreciate you, funny boy. And then also, I think Staskly has a... well, their name's not Staskly on here, but they submitted some as well that I need to merge in. So, yeah, in terms of the community contributions there, I would say focus on the main channel. I think eventually I want to have captions everywhere, because that'll all feed into like a search engine where people can search across all my videos. But in the meantime, we'll focus on the main channel. Yeah. How do you implement anti-cheat in a JavaScript game? It would be really hard if it was client-side only. If it has a server-side component, there's all kinds of like timing and stuff you can do. The She-Boss, thank you so much. You're too kind. 5 gifted, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I've never implemented like a game server or anything like that, but I would imagine you would do that all on the server side. Will I have standalone ukulele videos on YouTube? No. Yeah. Oh, no worries, Sledge Dog. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. And thank you for the bits, Stasley. Appreciate that. A web app like Linktree. You know what? I've always wanted to make one. But it also... Okay, let's just talk a second. So, like, Linktree is a place... let's see if I have clicked anyone's... Oh, yeah, this is my music project called Probably Happening. But you can go to the site Linktree, you can sign up, and then you can basically just add links to places. I think there is a Coding Garden one. Yeah. And a lot of creators, content creators use this because they can put all their links to all their socials and stuff in one place. So that's cool. But I thought of combining this with like the idea of GeoCities, where like you have a place to put your links, but also you could do a little bit of like custom CSS and like edit your own page, which is similar to like some of those card apps that came up. I forget what they're called, but like it's just like card.co or something, where people can create a card and edit the HTML and CSS and then publish it as a website. I want to do that eventually, something like that. But yeah, welcome in everyone. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna do any like yeah, basically like a modern MySpace is what I want to create. I read an article recently that just really talked about how MySpace was how a lot of people coded for the first time. It's basically introduced them to coding. And these days, I mean, we have things like CodePen, which is cool. But it's kind of not the same, because the average person, if they want to express themselves, they're typically just doing it with video, like video on TikTok or YouTube Shorts or Instagram, that kind of thing, because it's very easy to create custom video content versus writing code from scratch and learning how to code. But I had some other ideas along the same idea of like being able to create your own page, almost like, I don't know if CodePen is doing this, but it would be like a social CodePen in a way. Like imagine CodePen, but you scroll it like people scroll TikTok, right? So like you're just scrolling past people's creations. If you like a creation, you can like it, but also have it like creator focused. So like when you sign up, you actually have to create your own like about page with code, that kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to keep scrolling. I guess so, like Dev.2, when I think of it, I just think of blogs. It's just it's where people can blog about technical content, which is fine. Like I don't think you can write custom code on your blogs. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, somebody should do it. I feel like that's the next thing. And really it's in the idea or in the vein of getting people interested in coding who otherwise wouldn't be. Like kids scrolling TikTok. If they could be scrolling a thing like CodePen instead, that could be really interesting. All right, I gotta catch up so we can do some stuff. So no new messages passed here. You can technically send a new message, but when I get here, I'm going to scroll past all the new messages really, really quick, just so I can catch up, because I'm about 8 minutes behind. Oh yeah, Remix is another. I'm going to go ahead and say I probably won't use Remix. But look at this list we just created just by talking. That's crazy. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah. Yeah, good evening, Arivan. Welcome in. Welcome in. A map of gas stations and gas prices on a route. I think you can just do that with Google Maps, but it's a good idea. My first course is going to be, and I'm working on this right now, it's called Full Stack Crash Course. And the idea is I will introduce you to the full stack, but at an extremely high level. Like nothing, it'll be all breadth, no depth. So like there will be one CSS class or video, and it'll probably only be like 10 minutes long, but I'm going to teach you just enough so that you know where it fits in the stack, how to add it to a page, and then move on from there. So I also might call it just enough full stack. Because the other idea is the course is targeted at like beginner coders that might be in a coding boot camp or might be teaching themselves to code, and they could kind of be lost in trying to understand the different parts of the stack. So, and also more like non-technical people, like a business person could take this course and better understand what their dev teams are doing. That's my idea. That's my plan. That's what I'm working on. Yeah. People could add interesting facts, history, info to the POIs. I think so. Anybody, this is my idea here. Anybody creating the list can add as much information as they want about each of the POIs. So each POI can have a list of details, info added by the list creator. And it's specific to that list. So if somebody else creates a list and they add a POI, it doesn't pull in all the info that somebody else added. That's what I'm thinking. The map link. Do I still have it open? DeckGL. Make every product owner take your course. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, though, it's also dangerous because there are people out there that will, like, watch a video or take a course and then just think that they're experts. And so that's one thing. I mean, I can't be afraid of this because people are going to watch my course that are going to watch, or going to pay for my course that are going to pay for my course. But that could happen. You have like a product owner or a very non-technical person watches the course, and now all of a sudden they're trying to tell the dev team what to do. And then devs would hate me, and then devs wouldn't take my course. So I don't know. I guess you're 5 minutes behind when you read this. No, I'm 8 minutes behind now, Drop Mania. And thanks again, the She-Boss, for the gifts. And hello, Kush Alien, welcome in. If I missed a hello from you, I apologize. I'm doing my best. Once I catch up, we're 6 minutes behind now. Once I catch up, I will do a quick 2-minute hello of everyone, speed run. And then we'll do some quick content talking about what are all these different ways to interact with a database. And then we'll pick a stack. And I'll be honest, I'm leaning towards Deno or Next. And for the backend, I'm leaning towards Prisma or Objection. But we'll talk about all the other things, and maybe you all can convince me otherwise. Yeah. Looking to build a unique full-stack app? Looking for ideas other than generic ones that everyone does? Yeah, check out this app ideas repo by Floor and Pop. It has like over 80 app ideas, and a lot of them have details, mock-ups, and user stories. And a lot of them seem pretty unique. They're not just like the standard things you build in like YouTube tutorials and stuff like that. Yeah. Time to take Facebook down with MySpace 2.0. But I think that's the thing. It's like we're in a new era of social media, right? Like Facebook is now mostly used by old people, and like not even. It's funny because it's not even the people that Facebook was initially targeted at. So when I was in college is when Facebook was initially coming out, and they were releasing it like one university at a time, and it was a way to connect with other people at college or university. And then from there it grew, and then eventually it became public. But these days, it's just old people. Like, and when I say old people, but like people in their 50s, 60s, are a lot of what I see on Facebook. So it's weird how the platform has shifted, and then a lot of people my age and younger have just like disowned Facebook and like don't use it at all. And most kids these days are on, and I say kids, I don't know. Most youngsters these days are on TikTok. Like that is their social media. So yeah, whatever comes next is going to be very, very different. Nothing like we've seen before. Yeah, MySpace and Zanga were some of the sites. I guess there was also Friendster. I don't know if Friendster let you do custom HTML and CSS. Yeah, TikTok or Instagram for sure. That's where all the kids are. And I guess Snapchat, but I don't use Snapchat. And Snapchat is interesting because it, at least when I was using it, it's more about sending messages to your friends versus just posting things publicly. Like, you can post things publicly, but I believe only people that have added you see your public posts, whereas TikTok is just a free-for-all. I actually installed TikTok for the first time yesterday or the day before, and it's just the most random stuff. Like, it's I guess initially it's trying to gauge what you like so that it can show you more things that are similar to that, but initially it's just the most completely random topics because it has no idea who I am or what I like. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, I miss Vine too. It's like, but the thing, like, I think you can do like 2-minute videos on TikTok now. Vine used to be, what was it, 10-second videos? Or is it 30 seconds? It was really short. There was a serious limit on Vine. And on TikTok, there's not. It was it 60 seconds? And I think like TikTok is more than 60 seconds. I know YouTube Shorts are 60 seconds. I don't know. Okay, I gotta keep going. CodePen has those social aspects. That's good to know. I guess I've never really seen it, and I haven't installed. I don't know if there's a CodePen mobile app, but it would be interesting to see. And the thing is, like, I don't want to replace CodePen. It's just that, like, this is what most people use when they're trying to create small code examples or like small little projects. They do it on CodePen. TikTok is 10 minutes. That's crazy. Crazy. Yeah. Code Talk. A Tinder-like app that offers you JavaScript frameworks. Yeah. Ben Awad created that thing. It was you could swipe code snippets. All right, we made it here. Now I have to scroll past all these messages, and I apologize. Codestagram. Let's see what it is. Yeah. To be frank, a dev wouldn't really want an all-breadth full-stack vid. Yeah, and it's not really, it's targeted at beginners, because the other aspect of the course is, as a beginner, you could see all the different parts and pieces and then decide where you want to focus. And honestly, though, I would say existing front-end devs could watch this course to get a better idea for how the full stack works. Yeah. What do I use for the map API? I haven't decided yet, but I'll probably use Mapbox or Leaflet. Yeah. Deno plus if Deno supports Prisma, I might do that. Oh yeah, Astro is not on that list. Let's add it. What's up, PMX Savior? Welcome in. I could use Prisma with Supabase? I guess that's true. But then why would I even use Supabase if I was just using Prisma? Right? Because like Prisma's the database querier. So I should just use a regular Postgres database? I don't know. Our product owner was a QA before, so he would call us out for taking too long on migration stories. It killed me. Yeah, like that's the tricky part. It's like a non-technical person starts to overstep their bounds and like give advice or think they know better than the actual devs. It's a problem. But you know, it's the world we live in. It's how people are. Yeah. Yep. Face Party? I don't remember Face Party. Is that the thing that Mark Zuckerberg worked on before Facebook? Yeah, the new social media isn't about socializing with others. It's more about entertainment. It's true. Like, the thing is, like, a lot of people may not use Facebook on a daily basis, but they still have it because it's kind of the only way to keep in contact with a lot of people in their life that they're no longer in contact with. And so, in a way, like, that's what Facebook is used for. It's just like, it is a social tool to stay social with all the people around the world. But kind of like what the Facebook feed turned into is people like less, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, so it's interesting to think that TikTok is even considered social media, because like what the Sheboss is saying, like they're not a social media person, but they can be on TikTok for like 6 hours because it's more about entertainment really than it is about social interactions. But I think the thing is, because anyone can create, that's the social aspect, but not everyone creates. A lot of people just consume. So yeah. They pretend they don't know who you are and what you like initially. Yeah, pretend. Yeah, and I understand that like all of my experiences and opinions are like targeted towards the United States. I understand like other countries may not act like that or use it in the same way. So I understand. And Pablo, thanks for the bits. Today, I basically just use Twitter and have 0 following or followers that I know IRL. I just use it to be up to date with web dev. It's actually very topical because, so like, I mean, I talked about my Twitter, I think last stream or the stream before. I'm following no one, and I never post hot takes or opinions. I literally just use Twitter as a way of notifying people that I'm live. But there are a lot of people that have let's say content creators that have a very large presence on Twitter, and that actually drives their views and audience to other platforms like Twitch or like YouTube or like Instagram, which is a thing. And then so like last night I was searching like what's trending on Twitter to see like maybe what I could do on stream today. I think I've mostly convinced myself that I actually don't care what's trending anymore because I'm just going to do what I like and what I want to do. And, I mean, you all are here, so you all seem to somewhat enjoy it. I don't know. Every now and then there will be something that's like a hot topic. And Mewtru! Thank you for the raid. I was hanging out in Mewtru's stream earlier. Yeah, check out Mewtru. It was funny. I've actually watched Mewtwo for a long time, but I just followed today for the first time. So the issue is like it's tricky because if I go follow someone and they have follow notifications on, there are going to be several people in the chat that are like trying to talk to me, and I don't want to take away from someone else's stream, you know. And so I followed, and then I couldn't say anything for like 2 minutes. I was like, ah. But I finally said, hey, yeah. But welcome in, Raiders. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming in. You've arrived at the Coding Garden. We write code here. Right now, I'm just catching up on chat. And actually, yeah, we were talking about like social media and various things. But I declare chat bankruptcy. We're here. Today, we're going to build a full stack app. So right now, we just have a big old list of possibilities. I will say that these are probably the 2 main possibilities that we're going to use for the backend, and then these are the 2 main possibilities we'll use for like our database. But we are going to take a minute to like look at every single one of these and do our best to make the right choice. Honestly, it doesn't matter what choice we make. We just want a backend. So we're going to build an app today, and it's going to be map focused. So the idea is we're going to make an app that allows users to log in and then create a list of points of interest. So you could log in and then create the top 5 Mexican restaurants in your town or city or something like that. And then you can share that link with someone and they could pull up the list of places. And then for each of the places that you add to your list, you can add your own comments or details about it. That's our idea. That's what we're going to build. I have seen TRPC. Yeah, that's on our list. It's cool. It's really cool. Honestly, though, maybe we use this and then we just pick a front-end framework like Vue, Svelte, or React, like pure single-page application. Because, and one of the things, like leaning into like what decision I'm going to make, I'm from Mexico, top 5 restaurants. No, so pick the 5 places you would take a tourist in your city or town or something like that. That's funny. But what I like about TRPC is it generates types for all of your backend routes. I guess it technically wouldn't generate types for your database, and you would still need an ORM. So maybe that doesn't solve my problem. But I think like the biggest, most of the code and stuff that needs to happen on a backend happens within the ORM, like happens within the database relationships, and like that's all the code that you're actually writing is your database code. Like obviously you're writing Vue, okay, it's not all of it, but it's a lot of it. Whereas a lot of the other stuff is just like views and interaction of how you deal with that data. So in my experience, this is an even more important decision than like choosing what your view layer is. So yeah, but. Welcome in, everyone. So I'm actually going to do a speed run of hellos. So we got started close to an hour ago. This has been happening lately, where I go live and then we just talk instead of actually writing code. But I am going to set a 2-minute timer and say hello to as many people as possible. And then when I'm done with that, we're going to talk about really quick. We're going to take a step back and talk about what are the different ways to interact with a database in code. And so there's things like database drivers, query builders, ORM. So we'll talk about them and the differences between them. And then when we're done with that, we'll pick a backend framework and start building an app. All right, but if you want to say hello to me, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hiyo, vohayo, or boga hey. Say any one of these things, and I will acknowledge you. We're going to go back in time to 53 minutes ago when Mark Boots was the first person to say hello. All right, ready, go. Mark Boots, hello. Wasting seconds. What's up, Funny Boy and Dynamic Voyage and Drop Mania and Samad and Sumit and Alka and Ivo and the Shadow Lad and Blue Spider and Fluffy Horse Lips and Sir Davos and Drew Scalino and the Blabil and DS Legends and Tuo Zhuo and Mr. T. McGush. Hello, what's up, Sequel Gordster and Saraj and Siams and Obaro and Gordon and Mooley and Ray and Citrix and Viewlancer and Evanly Father. Hello, what's up, Yops and Imsu Buntu and Mr. Demon Wolf. Hello, Black Devil, and Stony Eagle, and Staskly, and Leet Geek, and Saint Lolek, and the She-Boss. Hello, Arivan Houghton, and Notlandia, and Veritatas, and OK Not Now, and Kush Alien, and Sneaky Gamer, and Ozma, and Dark High, and BCTPE 4H Blue. Hello, what's up, American 2050, and Fum Xavier, and Eddie the T-Head, and Metalb, and Cotton, and Block, and Distant Sense, and T-Script TypeScript Tea Time. What's up, Code Than Cake, and Bajosi, and Statni Podpora Vedlavani. Hello, what's up, Poxnay and Kubobo and Old Unlimited Coder and Hn Skeeter and Electrothermal Boga. Hey, what's up, Jodu and It's Not Matt and Eskfil and Daddy Ray and Myfles and Age Monkey and Pohaton and Jithron and Estrelax and Driftwood and Void Volker and X Headsloth Vector. I can't read blue on red very well. Lorenzo, hello, what's up? Kaploom, and Hot Creasy, and Deck, and Penguin Knight, and James Boone, and Kron, and Donald Bakies, and Asklat, and Red Arc Maze. Hello, what's up? Zyro, and Hippie Hippo, and Seppa, and Noah, and Ed Furrer, and Ched, and Gargantes, and Salty Ohm, and Chucho Starlord, and So Mama, and Mohammedi Amin, and Milim Kata, and Falcon, and Patootie, and the Oxty, and One Computer Guy, and Hello Sheepa, and Green Van, and A6 Felix, and Gustag, and Kyle, and Eduardo, and Tyler, and Felix, and Pablo, and Scarlet, and Undefined, and Platt, and Chico 2K. What's up, everybody? Welcome in. And Jodu. We did it! We did it! Oh. Yeah, honestly, that might have been the most names I've ever said in a long time. Oh, did we put Nest.js on the list? Yeah, MEF Fastify. Okay, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, did I not see you, Mark? I'm sorry. Hello, Mark. Deep breath. All right, let's talk about different ways to interact with a database. I'm going to create some notes, and then we will. I'll do my best to turn it into YouTube content of sorts. I'll try to be somewhat organized instead of just rambling. How to SQL. So these are ways to interact with a SQL database. Okay. Interact with a SQL database. We'll search Wikipedia for SQL, and thank you, Mark Boots, for the hydrate. Is SQL still considered good? Do you mean SQLize? I want to find the Wikipedia page for SQL database, if it exists. Or is it just SQL? List of SQL databases. This is my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. The plan is to build a full stack app today that deals with a map of some kind. The idea we have right now is users will be able to create a list of points of interest. So you can create a list of all your favorite spots and then send that list to a friend. List of database. Okay, cool. And then I want to pull up some examples of Connects.js. So if you're completely new to coding and new to backend coding, yeah, there's a ton of relational databases. I mean, the main ones are Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL, Postgres, Oracle. Those are the main ones. And I guess MariaDB, which is the open source fork of MySQL. All these other ones use SQL, but they're not as popular. Yeah. Do I mean location? Yeah, location. So a point of interest is one specific location. So 5 best restaurants in your city, that kind of thing. DB rank engine ranking. Cool. Thank you for that. Will the VOD be available? Yeah, absolutely. And I'll actually mention here on Twitch, I've been creating a full highlight, meaning a full archive of every stream. So it actually won't disappear after 60 days. If you go to videos on my channel and then scroll down, there's a collection called Archive. And this has every live stream since the beginning of last month. And it will continue to have every live stream. And this will, can I link to this directly? I guess I can't. But this should exist for all of time, and it should never go away. The VODs will eventually get uploaded to YouTube as well, but you should be able to watch it here on Twitch. Yeah. If I highlight 100% of stream, it never gets delayed. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Okay, so we'll leave that open. But I'll talk about a second. If you've been working with a SQL database on the back end and you're a beginner, Connects.js, I think, is a good place to start because it's a good balance between ease of use and not too much abstraction. Because when you're using an ORM, you are heavily abstracted away from the actual SQL code that is getting executed on your database. But Connects essentially allows you to write JavaScript that gets turned into SQL code. So for example, if we did this little piece of code right here gets turned into select stars. So select star from users. Why would they do this? They're not even passing in an ID value. The docs are new. Wow, they've changed their docs a ton. Honestly, this is more confusing than it used to be. I know what they're trying to tell me, but from a beginner's perspective, this is more confusing than it used to be. Regardless, you write code like this, and this gets turned into the SQL query, select star from users where ID equals 1. But this is all the code you have to write for that. So it's pretty convenient for that. And somebody asked, is this like objection? So objection is an ORM. An objection is built on top of connects. So they use connects under the hood, but they have it's higher level in that you create these models. And H Skeeter, thank you for that prime. And wait, did it just happen twice? That's a Twitch issue. Did this happen in y'all's chat too? Two Prime Gaming? Oh well, appreciate you. Thanks for coming in. Okay. Weird. That's a bug. Unless they subscribed twice and gave me twice the money. But thank you, H&H Skater. I do appreciate it. Okay, so what are we talking? We're talking about database. We didn't pull up database drivers. Actually, I guess I'll just do that as we talk about each one, and then we'll talk about query builders and then ORMs. And then this is what Alka introduced me to. PRQL is a modern language for transforming data. A simple and powerful pipeline SQL replacement. Wow. How do we use it with JavaScript? And Driftwood, thanks for that sub as well. Is the blue screen flickering? Where? Here? This is this is what's happening right now. I'm in a basement, and there's a big blue sheet taped to the wall. That should fix that. Okay. Here we go. JavaScript. I spelled JavaScript wrong. Yeah, the reality is hilarious. Looks better though now, doesn't it? I mean, you can, if I move fast, you can see the blue. I don't even know if I'm going to mention PRQL. Oh, here it is, PRQL.js. Yeah, I'll show this one. Okay, we got query builders, we got ORMs, we got database drivers. All right, I'm going to attempt to turn this into a YouTube video of some kind. So I'm going to go into focus mode, and I'm going to do my best to just dump a bunch of information onto you. Oh, I forgot. Alka made us a nice little button that we can click. Yeah. Honestly, I don't want this to be more than 15 minutes. Don't go too fast. I'm gonna do my best. It will. I'm going. A database. No, a data dump. A brain dump. And can you remind me, who was the person that asked this question earlier? Like, what's the difference between, or somebody asked, like, what is an ORM? Are you still here? The person that asked that? Oh well, here we go. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I'm going to attempt to describe to you all of the various ways that you can interact with the SQL database. So we're going to talk about database drivers, query builders, and ORMs, and describe what each one of those are. So first off, we have database drivers. And actually, let's just even take a step back and talk about SQL. So SQL, or Structured Query Language, is a general language that is used in various databases to interact with that database. And so the SQL language itself has a base specification, and then there are many databases that implement that specification and allow you to use the SQL language with them, along with some more database-specific things. So this page has a list of all the relational database management systems. So these typically will use SQL. Some of the more popular ones are things like MariaDB or Microsoft SQL Server or MySQL or Oracle or Postgres. Each one of these lets you use SQL to interact with them, but also each one has their own database-specific things that you can do. But for the most part, there is a general SQL language that is supported by all of them, like the syntax select star from users where ID equals 42. This, and actually I think I can throw this into a little SQL block like this. Hey, like that. So this is the SQL code you would write to get all users from the database who have an ID of 42. There should only be one user in the database that has an ID of 42, but this is the code that you would write, and this is SQL code. Now, you may be wondering, how do I run that SQL code on a database? For that, you need a database driver, and each database will have its own specific driver. So for instance, let's say we're trying to interact with a Postgres database or PostgreSQL. Postgres. We're trying to interact with Postgres. If you look, and specifically I'm going to be talking about from the perspective of backend JavaScript, these same concepts apply to other languages. You would just use different libraries. But for example, in node.js, we have this library called PG, and this is a Postgres client and a database driver. So this library allows you to interact directly with the Postgres database to send it SQL queries directly. So if we pull up, for example, their documentation, we can see how it gets set up. Can you show me a getting started? Cool. So for instance, you pull in the PG library, connect to the database, and this is actually hiding that there is some configuration somewhere that says where that database is and like how to connect to it. And then they have this function you can run where you just pass in a string, and that string that you pass in is SQL code. And so this is a direct database driver, and PG specifically is for interacting with a Postgres database. If I wanted to interact with a MySQL database, I believe the library is called MySQL. Yeah, this one. So, and actually there's also MySQL 2. I think MySQL 2 might be the more popular one. Regardless, if I really wanted to use this, I would do the research and find the most popular one. But this, again, works in a similar way, but it allows you to connect to a MySQL database. So you can see here you're specifying how to connect to that database, and then it has a query function where you can pass in some SQL code. So those two things are an example of database drivers. Essentially, you install them in whatever language you're in, and then you can send it a SQL string, and it will execute that on the database. And so that's a direct database driver. Now we get into some abstraction. So writing code like this can get cumbersome. Now, some people actually prefer to write code this way and have this kind of code in their code base. I personally don't, because the SQL code that you have all over in strings, in my experience, is kind of hard to manage, and it can really get unwieldy. And at the same time, you're also mixing SQL code with your other application code. Again, that's an argument that I'm not here to fight for, but some people prefer a higher level of abstraction, and query builders are just that. So one really popular query builder for Node.js is this thing called Connects.js. And essentially what this allows you to do is write code that looks like this, that at the end of the day gets turned into SQL code. So let's see an example of that. We're actually just going to do this, so it's simpler. Okay, so if you are a JavaScript developer, this line of code will pretty much make sense to you. So we're invoking connects with the string users. We're then chaining the where function and invoking it with ID and a value. But these two lines of code are actually equivalent. So in connects, I can write code that looks like this, and then I can say dot then and it will actually execute it against my database. But in order to do that, it needs to turn it into SQL code. So a query builder allows you to write this high-level code, and then under the hood, it turns it into the actual SQL code that you would need to run. I like writing code like this because it's still just JavaScript. And now I have JavaScript code all over my code base, and I can do all the JavaScripty things that I want. Like I could create a variable called like table names, and like let's say this is an object that looks like this. In other languages, this would be like an enum, and then now I could go in here and say table names.user. Right? And that makes the code a little bit more maintainable. I also could have something like column names, and I could have a user object in here, and it could have an ID property. It's like this. Now, obviously, you don't have to write code like this, but you can, and now the code gets a lot more JavaScript-y. So if I saw this in my code base, I don't have strings all over the place, and I can actually write code like this. So, do I have a syntax error? Where's the syntax error? Table names dot user. Oh, you got it. Yeah. I forgot the S. I'm not going to run this code, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I would. These two need to match. But all of that to say that I actually do like writing code like this because I can be more JavaScripty with it. This is my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, and also, like, I guess we're not talking about the merits of refactoring and writing your code this way, but if you did write your code this way, in, let's say, the database table name changed, you would just have to change it right here, but the rest of the code would be the same. If you had SQL code like this all over the place, you would need to go in and manually update that everywhere that that table was referenced. Again, you technically could use template strings and do a similar thing if you're using SQL code. The main idea here is that the code we're writing is closer to the language that we're in. So since we're in backend JavaScript, what we're writing is closer to that. And yeah, so some people, I've seen people in the chat mentioning, like, what about SQL injection or security? This automatically escapes any parameters that are passed in. So one of the issues of just directly using a database driver is if you don't parameterize your queries, you will be susceptible to SQL injection. Let me just show an example of that. So if we look at their library, so we can see in the PG example, they're doing this, and then you see this thing right here. This is known as parameterization, and essentially this is preventing SQL injection because it's saying whatever value goes right here is coming from this array of values, and it should be escaped. This should not be interpreted as actual SQL code. However, if you didn't write your code this way, and you wrote it like this, so if you wrote your code like this, and in our case, message is just a variable that I've defined, but if message was a user provided value, it was coming from like a query parameter, or a route parameter, someone could inject SQL code in here. Like, what if message was equal to, so like select star, semicolon, quote, and like, let's say we use double quotes instead. So if I did quote, and then select star from super secret table, something like this, like that. So if this was a user provided value and they sent us a value like this, if I wrote my code this way, I would essentially be injecting that SQL, and I could run into a big security issue. Now, of course, like is shown in their example, don't do that. You can use this parameterization, and then you won't be susceptible to SQL injection. The nice thing about something like a query builder is it automatically does that under the hood for us. So whenever this gets turned into a actual SQL code, it's going to automatically parameterize both of these things because they're arguments to the function that's being invoked. So yeah, that's another thing to take into account. Okay, so you have essentially like the lowest of levels, right? We could write SQL code directly against our database. Okay, we're using another programming language, we would need a database driver, and then we could write very similar SQL code against that database. Then you can actually step up and have even a more abstraction, write this code, which under the hood actually runs code like this. So this is another thing I didn't mention, but Connects actually supports many different types of databases. So you can see that they support MySQL 2, PG, Amazon Redshift, SQLite, Oracle, Microsoft SQL. And so what's nice about this level of abstraction is when you set up the library, you say, oh, hey, I'm using a Postgres database, so please use the PG module under the hood. But if you switch databases for whatever reason, you could say, oh, well, just use the MySQL 2 database driver instead. Now your code stays exactly the same, but under the hood, it's just using a different database driver. Now, people would argue, like, why would you ever switch your database like that? It's more of a use case if you're doing something like, let's say in local development, you want to use a SQLite database, but then when you deploy, you want to use a Postgres database. This would allow you to do that. All of your code would be the same. You would just change your connection code and tell it to use a different database driver. Okay, now we have one more level of abstraction, and that's where ORMs come into play. So ORM stands for Object Relational Mapper. And essentially, it allows us to write object-oriented code that at the end of the day will get turned into SQL code that gets executed against our database. So some example of some ORMs that I like are Objection.js. So Objection is actually written on top of Connects. So you actually could use Connects and Objection together, but I'll show some examples of Objection. Another example is Sequelize. Another example is Prisma. Essentially, all of these libraries allow you to write object-like code. So let's see an example of Objection here. And that's another benefit that these ORMs have is they can work against any database, very similar to how Connects can. You just tell it which database driver you want to use. Let's look at the examples of models. So when you're using something like Objection, you define a model. You define like what is the table that it's representing, what's the ID column. You can specify things like JSON schema for validation, but then let's look at actual querying. So after I've defined my models, so like let's say I've defined my person model, this is how I say select person where ID is 1. I say person.query, find by ID 1. So it has a lot of higher level methods that make it really easy to query the database when at the end of the day just get turned into this SQL code. Where it gets really useful is with database relationships. So if you don't have many relationships, you just have a very simple table structure, query builders are fine. But once you start to get a more complex structure, ORMs make it a lot easier to deal with the interaction between tables and deal with that complex structure. So, and also you can see that like queries like this seem like a lot easier to write. So person.query, give me the age, first name and last name, where the age is greater than 40 and the age is less than 60 and the first name is Jennifer. So that's great. I mean, this is somewhat similar to how you would do it in Connects, but we're writing that code against the model itself. Let's see relational queries, because this is where things get a whole lot easier. Let's see, I would want to see like what gets turned into like a join. Where age is greater than 30 looks horrible. I don't know. I like it. Again, it's all preference. I really want to find something that gets turned into a join. I guess eager loading is actually what does that. The only issue is like this does not show me an example of what the SQL code that gets generated. What's up, TED Talks? Welcome in. Right in the corner. Oh, your drop was in the corner. Under basic queries is an example. Let's see. Okay. All of me thinking and scrolling is going to be clipped out. But specifically, yeah. So what I wanted to show is an example of joins, because that's where SQL code and even query building code can actually get really complex. And we can see an example of that here. So we have the person model. We're querying against it. We want to select all of their fields. We're going to alias their first name field as parent first name. And then we're going to join that against all the other persons who have a parent ID equal to the ID of the one that we're selecting. And then we have a where clause in there. And then we also want to make sure that we only want to select people who actually have an animal. So whatever animals have that owner ID. So this is some pretty complex querying. And at the end of the day, it gets turned into this SQL code, which, again, you could argue that this is the same amount of complexity. But once you get really used to working with objects and object relations, this writing code like this seems more natural for people that are used to object-oriented type code. So that's what an ORM is. It essentially allows us to write our database queries as if we're interacting with objects. And it's a much higher level of abstraction than a query builder, and even higher a level of abstraction than just a direct database query. All right, I think that's all I want to say about that. I'll let anyone in chat bring up anything if you have anything to say that I didn't say, or feel free to ask any questions about things that I didn't cover. Now is your chance. Yeah, I guess I could have shown an example of Sequelize. MongoDB sounds like God by now. The thing is, like, MongoDB, I guess I think they added the feature to have schemas, but for a long time, there was no, you didn't have to have any schema, and that's why a lot of people used it, because there was no structure, so you could just throw whatever you want at it. Whereas with the SQL database, you have to define your stuff up front. I think actually it's good for me to show the different examples. Yeah, and let's see what other people are saying. Yeah, and so if you're a Java programmer like the Sheboss, there's JPA Hibernate and JDO. Those are all ORMs you can use with Java. To benefit from Sequelize, you must read all the docs. Subqueries, model querying, basics, associations. I've used Redis for some things. I don't use it often though. You define associations, and then eager loading. Yeah, okay, so I'll show this as well. So actually let me take a step back. So that's an example of using objection to do this, but now let's take a look at Sequelize. So this is a separate library. You set it up differently. You set up your models differently, but it has other ways of doing it. You can see that when I'm setting up relations here, it has these built-in functions like has one or belongs to or has many, and that's essentially a way of setting up a foreign key relationship, which you would do usually directly in SQL code or data definition language. You can also see like eager loading. So let's say a task belongs to a user, so that's how they set up this relationship. Then if they want to run code that gives me every task and all users that are associated with that task, you can just say task find all include user, and that'll automatically do essentially a join against the user table, or it might do a nested select on the user table to get all users of each in given task. And so these are just examples of higher level queries. Let's also take a look at Prisma, which I've never used, but let's look at their examples. Model your data. I mean, I've seen examples of Prisma and it did look awesome, so maybe I'll try it today. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing is like I had huge gripes about Sequelize. Like on the surface, and this is not going to be in the video. This is just my opinion, but on the surface, Sequelize looks great. But once you start to try and do more complex things, it gets tricky and it gets weird, and their docs aren't the greatest. I have found in my experience Objection.js, like the docs are great, and pretty much everything I've wanted to do, I've been able to find in the docs. I haven't had to open an issue or like ask on a forum. All the complex things I've wanted to do, I could easily find examples of in the docs, which is why I like Objection a lot. And I guess like based on my experience, like I do come from a background of using a ton of connects. So Objection was an easy jump for me because I was really used to connects. Prisma, it seems like it's TypeScript first because you are defining your models using, well, actually, I guess this isn't TypeScript. This is their own specific model definition language. All right. Can I take me to the docs? I want to see some query examples. Developers, data guide. Not that. Developers, docs. Let's take a quick stretch. And Giga, thank you very much for that sub. Appreciate you. And thank you, El Captus. Interesting. Yeah, Ingriffin is saying they like Sequelizing connects because it's not a lot of overhead. Prisma is a lot to ask teammates to support. Prisma can automatically create schemas based on your database structure. That's another cool thing. So coming from the .NET world, that's known as database first, where you just point it at a database and then it generates the schemas. You can do that in like .NET Entity Framework. I don't know if you can do that with Sequelize, and I've never tried to do it with Objection. I always come from the basically the database exists, and then you just have to create the models to match up against it. All right, can someone link me to Prisma docs that show me how to do like a relational query with Prisma? Because I'm having a problem. All right, you install the client, create a user, find many. Okay, maybe I think I'm close. Relation queries. All right, this is good. This is good. The Prisma client, and yeah, I just found those two things that you linked. So great. All right, let me. All right, we're gonna pretend like I'm making an easy place to cut for the video. All right, let's take a look at how Prisma does it. We can see that you set up your schema using like a Prisma specific language. So you actually define your models using their custom language, but it seems pretty straightforward. So this would actually map to like a user table. And then in order to define relationships, you actually just define them as properties that point to other models, which is pretty cool. And then when you're querying it, you can do things like, let's find a user where the ID is 19 and then include posts. So if we were doing this with straight SQL, this would be like a join query, essentially. So find the user that has ID 19 and join against the posts. It may or may not be a join, though. This could actually be a subquery that selects all posts where user ID is 19. Regardless, this is a lot less code than all of that SQL code. So this is And this also has like a nested query. I actually do like this query syntax. So where title contains cookies, I like that. Versus, like, I guess if if you wanted to do this with connects, you actually would have to do a like query, which is closer to the actual SQL that you would be running. This contains query, I'm guessing, would get turned into a SQL like query. Cool. So yeah, Prisma looks pretty awesome as well. All right, that's all I have to say about ways to interact with SQL databases. Hopefully this was useful for you. Feel free to comment down below with what your favorite ORM is or what your favorite query builder is. And thank you for watching. See you later. All right, that was fun. Maybe you learned something, but now we're going. So like this is the, I didn't even talk about migrations. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a separate topic, but Objection does not have built-in migrations. You just use connects for your migrations. And then Sequelize lets you define the models and then automatically will generate the migrations. Well, not generate, but it'll, actually I think it will. I think if you update a model, it'll create the code required to change the model to match against that. Oh yeah, TypeORM. Actually, I'm glad I didn't mention it. Things have probably changed. I think it's been like over a year since I last looked at TypeORM, but I had nothing but issues with it. And it was really hard to figure out how to do things. And look, I mean, the GitHub repo still has 1,600 issues. Like this is a nightmare for a maintainer, if they even care about it. Like if they're even trying to close all these issues. Let's look at the future of TypeORM. We're working full time. Oh, this is back in 2018 though. Yeah, I don't know. I will say, TypeORM is another one you could use, but very similar to how I had issues with Sequelize, I had issues with TypeORM, and Objection answered. Well, Objection did all the things that I wanted it to do. Okay, I saw in code a class that had hash something above the constructor. What's that? I was gonna say we talked about that, but I haven't turned it into a YouTube video yet. It's a private field. I'll link you to the VOD where we talked about that. PGlib for Postgres not good. No, it's fine. It's just lower level. Like you have to write actual SQL code versus object code. Which yeah. Oh wow, that's a bearded CJ. And then that's a no beard CJ. And then I'm gonna have a little beard CJ. We talked about it in this VOD, where we the new ES22 features. 2022. TC39 proposals. Here. Yeah, 3 different CJs all in the same VOD. And a quick aside, if you want to see what's the latest stuff in JavaScript, just go to the TC39 proposals repo, click on finish proposals, and then sort by year. So if you want to see everything released in ES 2022, it's all in this table. And the one that that person had a question about, it was Oscar. Sorry, Oscar. Is private class fields. This, which is essentially just a private class. All right, I need to take a break, but when I come back, we're going to decide on a backend. I'll also, I'll let you all in the chat, if you have opinions about this, I'll let you throw those opinions out there that will potentially sway me. I will say I'm leaning towards Deno, Fresh, And if it supports it, Prisma, I think that's the main thing. If I choose Deno Fresh, I need to find libraries and packages that work in Deno. So I need to make sure that Deno does support Prisma. I don't know if it does or not. And then, no, I haven't worked with all of these. I mean, a lot of these I haven't worked. Most of these I haven't worked with. Next.js is on there, and it's a possibility. I think I would probably the first thing I'm going to do when I get back is just do some research into what are the best ORMs to use with Deno. Because if there aren't any, then I don't want to use it. And I am planning on using TypeScript. Yep. Bun isn't ready. Bun only even has partial support for Next.js, so like it's not ready. And there's probably not even a database ORM that is supported by Bun yet. Maybe there is, but I don't know. It's not very well tested. I'm gonna leave you with a video, and then when I come back, we'll decide. Let's see. Thank you, Veritatis. I'll have that up for when I get back. I'm gonna choose TypeScript because I haven't built a lot of backends with TypeScript. I've done a lot of front-end stuff with TypeScript, but not backend. I'll show this one. Not yet supported in Deno. Add support for Deno. That was in 2020, so that was 2 years ago. That's good to hear. So this is actually a maintainer of Deno, and they commented on this issue a month ago saying, hey, we want to help get Prisma supported inside of Deno. So that's cool. Yeah. All right, like I said, I'm going to take a roughly 20-minute break, but when I get back, we're going to choose a thing and then just start building. I realize we haven't written a lot of code today, but we will soon. Soon. Code is coming soon. All right, see you soon. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. This is going to be a quick intro to destructuring, and then we'll also talk about where destructuring might be useful, especially in the scenario of like you're in Node.js, you have a module that exports multiple things, and you want to import multiple things into another file. But we'll get there. Let's just first start with like what is basic destructuring. So let's say I have myself an object called person, and in that person I have a name, which is CJ, just like that. Because that's me. So this object represents me. And let's say I want a variable that has the name of that person inside of it. So I could do this. I could say name equals person.name. My linter is yelling at me because it says prefer destructuring. But let's see what happens here. So I'm going to use Quaka, which is a tool that will run my code inside the editor. But you can see we've done it, right? We've extracted that name property into a variable called name. And that's great. This is like the old way of doing it. And destructuring is syntactic sugar that makes it a little bit nicer to do something like this. And where it is really nice is when you have multiple properties. So you could have something like, let's say I have a dog, and that dog has a name, which is Panzer. And let's say I have a snack, and that snack is a cashew butter cup. And I have a drink, and that drink is water. So now our object has a bunch of properties, and let's say I wanted more variables. I could say something like snack equals person dot snack. Did I spell drink wrong? No, I didn't. And then we could log the snack. Oh, good job. Good job, NovaScript. Not the snake, the snack. And that should be cashew, buttercup, great. And we could do this all day, right? We could create variables that access individual properties. Now where destructuring is useful is instead of having to access each individual property and then put it into a variable, you can do it all in one go. So this is the old way, and then in ES 2015, destructuring was introduced. So what you do is you put an object on the left-hand side, or you put curly braces on the left-hand side of the equal sign. It's a little weird, but we'll do this. We'll say const curly braces equals person. All right? This currently is invalid syntax. And now what I do is inside of these curly braces, I specify all of the properties that I want to pull out and put into a variable. So I can just do name and snack. Done. So basically what I've done here is, so right-hand side is an object or something with properties on it. The left-hand side is curly braces, and I specify the name of each of the properties that are inside of the object that I want to put into variables. And now we have variables name and snack, which is great. And so this is basic destructuring. Instead of having to individually access a property, put it in a variable, we can kind of do it all in one go, just like this. And you can do a lot more interesting things. So you can do things like default assignment. So I can say, like, if name is not specified, then name should be CJ. And so actually, let's show you. I'll show you what happens if there was that property was not on there. So right now we're destructuring name and snack from that. Oh, you're right. Let it be known, this is object destructuring. I'll show array destructuring really quick, but let's say I don't have a name property. Now when I destructured it, it's undefined. But I can combine that with default values and say, if there is no name in there, then set name to be that. And now I get CJ. So this is really useful if you're like dealing with results from an API and potentially a value doesn't exist in the response. You can do things like default assignment. You can also rename the variables. So if we put name back in there, now we're making it, we're extracting name, right? And let's say I actually want to rename this variable. So inside of the object, it's called name. So I do have to say name here, but let's say I want to put it in a variable called my name. I can just do name colon my name. And now that creates a variable called my name. And you can see the error I get is name is not defined because I no longer have a variable called name. I can now use the variable my name, like that. So there's renaming, there's default assignment. The other thing is like nested destructuring. So let's go deeper. How do you change the name and the default? Oh, are you like, is that a trick question? I think, can you do this? My name equals what? Hey, that's some weird syntax. But basically this says there is a property in the object called name. Extract it into a variable called my name, and if it does not have a value, assign it to the value wat. Good call, Alka. Inception destructuring. But we're just gonna go back to this. Okay, what I'm gonna show you next is like nested destructuring. So you'll notice that there also is a dog with the name Panzer. Now, of course, I could extract out dog, right? Yeah, and this is what we're gonna show you right now. How do you get that dog name? So dog, and that gives me the object itself, and it's a reference to that same object. I can get that. Now let's say I want the dog name. We can go deeper. So if the property you're destructuring is an object, you do curly braces, and then you can specify the properties you want to extract from that nested object. So let's say I do want to extract the name. Now, if I do this, we now technically have an error because we're trying to define two different variables with the name. So in this scenario, I absolutely have to rename one of them. I could call this one my name. And you see that name becomes Panzer. Or I could say name is dog name. And then you'll notice that we no longer are destructuring dog. I think, like, can I do this? Like, extract dog. Crazy. I've never actually done this. I don't know why you would do it, but check it. So if I want to extract the object into a variable called dog, I'll specify it. And then if I want to extract properties inside of that object, I can specify it below that. I literally did not know that you could do this. That's pretty cool. But as you can see down here, is we have a variable called dog. So I've never done that either, but I do know when I should have done that. I didn't know I could. So we have a variable called dog, which is the object, and then we have a variable called dog name, which is just the dog name itself. And this can go infinitely deep. So you can destructure nested properties. You can have default names inside nested properties. You can have default assignment. You can rename them. It goes all the way down. What if you change it? What do you mean? Okay. So that gets into the idea of reference values versus primitive values. So these values, name and snack, are primitives. So if I change them, so right now, if I log person, you should see that it has the name CJ and all that. If I change the variable name, actually I can't because it's a const variable. But let's say we made these let. Let's make these changeable variables. So if I said name equals wat, if we log the name now, we're gonna get wat, right? But if I log the person, what will it be? And why? First non-sub in the chat to tell me will get gifted a sub. So if I log the person right now, what will the value of name be on the person and why? It will be CJ, but why? Oh, that's true, Andrew. We can even talk about that because you can do a default assignment of an object with the default values inside of it. Because if you're changing the var, not the struct itself. Yeah, or not the object itself. It's not a reference. Yeah, I'll give to you a sub, Christinus. And so, so like, because I destructured name, it's a primitive value. It's just it's a copy of the string. But if we look at the original person, they still have the name CJ, and this just has to do with like primitive versus reference types. Not really anything to do with destructuring. But yeah, good call. Yeah, it was a copy of the value. Okay, and then the other thing I'll show you is like what Andrew talked about is we could do a default assignment of the dog. So let's say we didn't have a dog property. Now you see that we get an error here because I'm trying to destructure dog, but dog is not defined on the original object. But what I can do is I can say dog has a default value of like name, Panzer, like that. Cool. Oh, no. Wait. Can I do that? No, this gets weird because now I want to do this, basically. I could do this. I could say dog equals an object where the name is Panzer. Like this. So I am now, if dog is not defined on the original object, set it to be this object with this property name. I'd never done that before, so I don't know how you would do a default assignment and destructure the dog itself. Things get weird. But yeah, this is a default assignment of an object. Cool. Let's put that dog back. All right, so that's destructuring. Yeah, because it's a value type, exactly. Do. Yeah, Alka's going way deep, way deep. This is a mess. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what's known as syntactic sugar, right? Because you can write your code this way, but it's a little bit nicer to do this. Save some lines of code. I don't know. Okay, so this is object destructuring. The other thing I'll show you really quick is array destructuring. So if I have an array of values, and that just has 1, 2, and 3, I can do this. I can say first equals values. And what will first have inside of it? Anyone want to take a guess? Anybody? Anybody? There are 2 flies. Oh, look at him. He landed on my finger. I don't know if you can see him. I literally just put my hand out and he landed on my finger. Okay, go over there. Go over there. One, exactly. Ah! Yeah, so it is just the value 1. So the way array destructuring works is it's very similar, but instead of curly braces, you use square brackets. And we have square brackets, and we're saying the first value in the array should be assigned to this variable called first. You can also have second and third, and of course these are all going to have 1, 2, and 3. And just like object destructuring, I mean, technically you could rename them. You could say this is like wat, who, and fly, And now we have these three variables, what, who, and fly, which are equal to the first three values in the array. All right, I'm back early. Yeah, and actually, I mean, in the video, I do destructure an array like an object. Oh, not there. There? Yeah, like that. So I destructure the second index into a variable. Okay, let me get all this stuff going. Oh, that spider is still alive from the last live stream. Here I am. Okay, I'm back. We're gonna write some code, and honestly, I might even do it as a speed run because I've already been live for 2 hours. But first of all, let's discuss full stack and backend frameworks. Break is over. Break is over. Let me update the title. You're right. So if you're just joining us, my name is CJ. This is the Coding Garden, and today we're going to be building a full stack app. And in order to build that full stack app, we need to decide on what we're going to use on the back end. I've not tried the T3 stack. Is that Theo's stack? Can you link to it? But my top picks are Next.js and Deno. I guess I don't want to do it as a speedrun. The one thing I want to avoid is this turning into like a 10 episode series. Like, this needs to be done within 2 live streams. So, okay, these are my top picks. Mainly because React and Next is just so popular. Like, probably my third pick would be Nuxt.js. Probably SvelteKit and Nuxt are tied for my third pick. There's a lot of other stuff. I do want to look into Deno. I want to see like what Deno, SQL, or I want to see what ORMs actually work within Deno. Because that's one issue with choosing fresh, is that you're now in the Deno ecosystem and you can only use things that are supported within that ecosystem. And it doesn't, like, there are some Node.js modules that will just work in Deno, but not all of them will. What's the best way to handle validation field? Should I use the database validation system or a library like Express Validator? Or use my skills to validate them, which is really hard. I would use a validation library. So if you're in the JavaScript world, there's things like Yup and Joy. Or there's also just like JSON schema validator, some kind of validator I think you should use. You should use it on the back end, absolutely. Like, before inserting into your database, run it through the validator. And then you should also do it on the front end. So before sending it to your back end, your form could use that same validation schema. And then you should have constraints in your database table. Basically, you should have it everywhere. Like, best practices are you have those constraints on your database table. Like, it's a specific type. It maybe if it's a string, it has a certain length. All of those are constraints on the database table. But I wouldn't depend on those. I would write code that validates the data before even trying to insert it. Yeah, we'll check this out. Oh, I think I put Nest.js on the list. I can't run it using Bun because Bun only supports Next.js. Actually, let's see this. So Bun, let's see if anybody has an ORM that works within Bun. Bun, I mean, we talked about, I think it was like 2 streams ago. Maybe it was even last time. But if you look at Bun on GitHub, and then you look at issues, and then you look at, well, actually, I think that's a new one, priorities and roadmap. But if you look at the roadmap, 17 out of 133 tasks are completed. 12%. So Bun is 12% complete. There's a lot of stuff that it doesn't support yet. I guess technically they have a SQLite. Oh, and then this is just a Golang ORM that's called Bun. It stole its name. But yeah, technically SQLite is built into Bun, but I need actual SQL. But yeah, I mean, I need a real database, not a flat file database. Okay. Database stuff. Cotton. So here's what I'm gonna do. In order to save time, I am going to plan on using Deno and Fresh. However, I need to find an ORM that works in Deno and Fresh, and then we'll start working from there. Let's take a quick stretch. I'll leave this whole list with you all because these are lots of other options that you could use. A lot of these other ones are more battle tested and have been around for a lot longer. Deno Fresh is fairly new, but it's somewhat like Next.js, but they have some different ideas about like just-in-time rendering and stuff like that. But let's see these database libraries. So we've got Cotton. It's got 126 stars. Well-tested, type-safe, supports MySQL, SQLite, and Postgres. Connects to the database. And then, yeah, so this is closer to just like a database driver than it is an ORM. Dango, no, that's Mongo. DenoDB. So yeah, DenoDB was last updated, well, the master branch was last updated 2021. Cotton was last updated 2020. Still, I mean, these libraries don't have to be updated that often because they are just for interacting with the database. I don't think we can use SQLize with Deno, can we? Support for Deno. So this issue was opened in 2020. It's still open. Not quite. Cotton linked to an ORM. Cotton provides a type-safe way to work with your database using models. Interesting. So define the class. Okay. Cool. That seems like an option. It was last updated 2 years ago. All right. We're going to look at DenoDB now. This was last updated a year ago. This has 1.7 thousand stars. You import a connector, define a class, say what table it is, if it has timestamps, specify what fields you have. This is cool. I wonder if you can do constraints on the field, so like maximum length for like string. So if you want like a varchar 255 or something like that. Yeah, DenoDB looks cool. Yeah, I guess you can. Check it out. So I define an email field, type string, must be unique, cannot be null, and is no longer than 50 characters. That's awesome. Right now, DenoDB seems to be the winner. I mean, this uses decorators. I like DenoDB so far, and it does have more stars. Deno MySQL, I was thinking we were probably going to use Postgres, but let's just look at it. This one has 229 stars. Connect. Run some SQL. There's also an ORM, Deno Simple ORM. MySQL runs like 80% of the web, regardless of if it's good or not. It's used everywhere. I just made that number up, but it is used a lot of places. This uses decorators too. That's cool. I guess I didn't really look at relationships. How does DenoDB do model relationships? Can confirm. Yeah, MySQL is everywhere. It's also like that stat that PHP is used on like 80 or 90% of the web. It's because it's WordPress, and then WordPress uses MySQL, so they're both everywhere. Models. Synchronize database. Link the models. Synchronize the models. Oh, here we go. Many to many. So create our model. So we have owners. Then we have businesses. And then we add a static property, this.hasMany. This.hasMany. Is this different than doing relationships.many to many? And this talks about pivot models. I've never used pivot model. I've never really even heard that term. Oh, I see. This is basically just a join table, and then you're just directly inserting the join values, which is fine. It's just a little more cumbersome than saying like business, like creating an owner and a business all in one go. Okay, it seems like it supports it, and I guess one-to-many is probably something we would want more of, because like one list has many points of interest for the app that we're going to be building. Yeah, so a business has one owner. And then you create the business, but you pass in the owner ID. So like, I think that this is fine because like this library is, I guess, fairly new. It's only a couple of years old. But in ORMs that I'm used to, you could pass in like an owner property and then pass in an instance of an owner, and it would either create or link to the existing owner. Whereas in this case, it's kind of just like a nested query where you're passing in the ID, which is fine. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else. There's a Postgres driver. We could just write raw SQL. All right, I am gonna go with DenoDB. That's my final answer. I'll check this one out. I think somebody else linked something as well. Dorm? Cool. Any suggestions on Deno GitHub issues for the ORM? Oh, I don't know. I didn't look directly at the Deno GitHub. Yeah, this is more like a query builder. Do they have models? Yeah, ORM. Interesting. There's a Deno fork of typo ORM? Does it work? Current status. This module should not be used in production. It's not stable enough and as mature as the original typo ORM. No thanks. We're gonna, yeah, I think we decided. We're gonna go with DenoDB. It has the most stars on GitHub. I looked at the docs at a high level, and it seems to be pretty good. So we're gonna do that. Awesome. And we're also going to be learning Deno Fresh, because I've never used it before. All right. Well, thank you, Saltia. You're the only star we need. Who's ready to write some Deno? Cool. First of all, I need to install Deno. And I might still have like a really old version. Yeah, version 1. Where can you deploy Deno to? There is Deno deploy. It's their own service, so I'll try that. I'll try out Deno deploy as well. Cool. Let me just write myself some notes and kind of like a to-do list. I'll try that Prony and Deno upgrade. We're gonna call this map list. You're creating lists that you can share on a map. Also, I guess the other thing, let me actually write some notes in here, because not only do we need an ORM. What's the one called? DenoDB. We need to pick something for auth. So backend framework, it's going to be fresh. Wonder if there, so let's look at awesome Deno. Yeah, I mean, we could use something like auth0 or Supabase auth and then just like integrate it. But we need to see if there's anything like supported by the community. Auth companion. Yeah, I mean, Deno, so Passport is what we use in the Node.js world, but Onyx, a Deno version of Node's Passport. Auth from scratch, no. I want to do social login, so there's a community-made Deno runtime. Oh, Vercel can run Deno. I had no idea. Onyx isn't listed on here. Dashport. A login solution for Deno. Replit has support for Bun. That's interesting. Does Dashport... Okay, I was about to say, does Dashport not have docs? Like, why am I reading this? Okay. Seems fine. And then there's Onyx. Last updated 2020. Dashport, last updated 2021, has 148 stars. Onyx has 154 stars. With 2 open issues, and then Dashport has 5 open issues. Let's see. I'll link you to DenoDB. I think it's, here it is. Dashport is only compatible with Oak. That's good to know. What does Onyx support? Yeah, this one's Oak as well. What's up, Josh? You're the one that said dashboard only supports it. Cool. All right, let's look at this auth companion thing. I feel like this entire app is just going to be me trying to find things that work with Deno. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. The Deno icons are pretty sweet. Securely handle registration. Does this talk about Oak? I have tried Svelte. Yeah, if you look at my most recent video, I mean, it is from like 6 months ago, but my most recent YouTube video is me doing some Svelte stuff. Okay, dashboard is out. Quick stretch. Web forms for authentication. Deno auth. Cool. Use our create link function to redirect the user to a page. So yeah, this is like framework agnostic, it seems like. Yeah, without reliance on third-party modules. It's currently available with apps running on Oak, ABC, Pogo, and Opine. So yeah, this one looks good. They have GitHub auth and they have Discord auth. We'll probably use Discord auth. Yeah. Just hard code the credentials. Yeah, so like Oak is like the replacement for Express essentially in the Deno world, but Fresh is the latest and greatest. Okay, I'm gonna do like somewhat of a YouTube intro and then just go for it. Let me make myself a to-do list. So like upgrade Deno, generate fresh project, familiarize myself with Fresh. I'm then going to set up the database. And then we will design the database. Yeah, and I think this is probably all we're going to have time for today. So we'll basically have, yeah, so this is all backend right now. We're going to get everything set up, ready to go. We'll get our database going. And then next Friday, we can do the actual application work and like build out the views and all that good stuff. But I think this is all we're going to have time for. Day one. Design the database. And I think actually we'll just like at least one route that returns data from DB. And also, when we set up the database, we'll get a Postgres database going with Docker. Yeah. Fresh is not the Express equivalent. Fresh is more equivalent to something like Next.js, which you'll see, because it basically has JSX syntax in it. Oak is the thing that's closer to Express. Yeah, go cat. My fingers get ahead of me when I'm typing. All right. Can you tell me which requirements must be met? The fewest? Yeah. So yeah, and that's the other thing. The app that we're building is this. Tourists. So location list sharer. Help me come up with a good name for it. But essentially, these are the things that the app will be able to do. So a user can create a new list. A user can add a specific POI, which is a point of interest. To the list. A user can add a comment or more info to a given POI. A user can share this list with anyone. This is the app we are going to build, though, like I said, we're probably not even going to get to the actual specifics of the app. Today is just going to be set up and like learning Deno and Fresh. Though, I mean, depends on how fast it goes. Like, DenoDB could be easy, and we're just up and running. What's up, Sir Goldman? Welcome in. Yeah, I think eventually Next would be supported in Deno. Local lister, fresh spots. Ooh, I love it. We're going to go with that. First one. Fresh spots, because the name of the framework is Fresh. Yeah. Point of interest list, POIL. Possibly Cool Pants. I just haven't done a lot of stuff with serverless. Okay, we're making fresh spots. Users can create and share lists of places to visit. Features. A user can create a new list. A user can add a specific point of interest to the list. A user can add a comment or more info to a given point of interest. A user can share this list with anyone. Great. First of all, a user can log in. That's another feature. Yeah, I think I'll try to Dockerize everything. And Perpetual Hangover. Thank you for that sub. Much appreciated. Poil means body hair in French. A user can log out. A user can CRUD lists. So you can create lists, you can update lists, you can delete user lists. A user can earn crypto coins from other people, thanking them via likes and subs. You know, some kind of monetization would be interesting. But what's up, Ksor? You're on the Live Coders team. Awesome. Everyone should check out Ksor. Maybe. This is a stretch feature. I wish you could program all that with the phrases. Yeah, we talked about this last time. Like, what's an even higher level abstraction than like higher level languages is this. Like, if I could just give this to a computer and then it generates the app for me, that would be ideal, right? Authentication system, yeah. Log in, log out, sign up. Log in, log out. It's called GitHub Copilot, yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, we did decide on an auth library, which is Deno auth. And then we decided on DenoDB. And then we decided on Deno Fresh. Are there any Deno Fresh tutorials out there on YouTube? Because, like, I could corner the market. I'm just going to look really quick to see if anybody's done it. Deno Fresh. CRUD API. Fetching data using Deno Fresh. It's hyper fast. Do I use a task list like this when I work on real tasks? I use something more easily shareable and collaboratable, right? Because I work with, well, not anymore, but when I worked at a consultancy, there are designers, there are product managers, there are other developers, there are customers, and they all need to have insight into what's happening and when. So it's not just a list like this, it's actual user stories and cards in some kind of software like Trello or Jira, There's other software for like managing projects like that, but this is like a slimmed down version of that because it's just me, and I just have these features. Yeah, and like I think Notion is a way of you can keep track of projects in that as well. Yeah. Yeah. No images. I'm always worried about images. And there will be no passwords stored. It's all social auth. So we're doing like login with Discord and login with GitHub. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna watch this really quick to see data fetching. But where are they fetching data from? I can't see that. How can anyone see that? I guess it lowered the quality. Getting started. Fetching data. Oh, like calling an API. Sure. That's fine. It's not what I want to do, though. How to build a web app using Deno Fresh. They're just checking. They're just calling an API. They don't have their own database. Fresh is technically a backend framework. I think it can do... Actually, I don't even think it does static site generation. I think it wants to be hosted on a backend. Fresh Hub is a full-stack web app powered by Deno Fresh that uses the GitHub REST API. Okay, I guess this is irrelevant. I don't want to search for all that, but I don't think that that app is even. So we're gonna build the most full-featured Deno Fresh app out there, for the most part, probably at least one of. Okay, let me do like a YouTube intro, and then we'll get into it. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ. In this video or videos, I don't know yet because I'm just getting started, I'm going to build a full stack application using Deno and Fresh. So the idea we have is we're going to build an app called Fresh Spots. Essentially, users will be able to create lists of places to visit or points of interest. So these are all the features we're going to have in the app. Users can sign up using social auth. We're going to try to do social auth with Discord and GitHub. Users can log in and out. Users can create, read, update, delete lists, so lists of places. So for instance, I live in Denver, and let's say I wanted to create a list of all of my favorite restaurants. So I would create a list called CJ's favorite restaurants, and then I would be able to add specific points of interest to that list. So one of my favorite restaurants is, can I even think off the top of my head? What do I like to eat? Cut the video. What's one of my favorite? Honestly, Chick-fil-A. I like Chick-fil-A. So I could add Chick-fil-A to the list. I could add Torchy's Tacos to the list. Actually, I'll do a better job of that. I like Chipotle. All of these brands. Cut. I gotta look at a list, and I'm gonna list you like local businesses. Not. I'm not gonna list. What you call it? Corporations, franchises. Give me a second. That's actually a great. I'm gonna look at my DoorDash history. Though I did find out, so one of my favorite Italian restaurants here is called North Italia, but I recently learned that North Italia is actually a chain. So. What's wrong with shenanigans? Is shenanigans a real thing, or is that just from the Waiting movie? Okay. Denver Biscuit Co. for sure. GB Fish and Chips, definitely. Steubens. All right, I'll just use those three. So for instance, I could create my own list of favorite restaurants here in Denver. So I could go in and add things like, have to look at my notes. Jeez. I could go in and add things like GB Fish and Chips or Steubens or Denver Biscuit Co. Each one of those I would add, and that's going to be shown on a map. And then for each of those locations, I could add comments. So I can say like, this is my favorite restaurant because X, or you should try X on the menu. And then all of that info and all of those points of interest will be shareable as a link that I can share with anyone else, and then they can see a list of all of my favorite spots here in Denver. So that's the idea for the app. And like I said, we're going to use Deno for it. So Deno Fresh is a web framework that recently, I believe, went into 1.0 or 1.23. No. 1.23 is the Deno version. Recently, it got a major version release, and it's essentially a backend framework, a next-generation framework that does just-in-time rendering on the edge with zero runtime overhead, no build step, no configuration, TypeScript support out of the box. So this is the latest and greatest stuff, and I'm going to try it out. Let's take a quick stretch. Beer or wine? Beer. I can list some of my favorite. So that's another one. I could create a list of all my favorite breweries, and Denver Beer Co. is one of my favorite breweries. I like the Incredible Pedal IPA. Okay, what were we doing? So this is fresh. It uses Deno. Deno is a runtime that would essentially replace Node.js, or is a replacement for Node.js. So I've tried Deno probably 2 years ago at this point, but it has been steadily maturing and getting better and supporting more stuff. And this framework comes from the core team. And so I'm excited to use Deno and then use Deno Fresh. And then I've done some research into the ecosystem to see what libraries I could use to talk to a database and what libraries I can use to do things like social auth. And I found DenoDB and Deno auth. So I'm going to try these. I may come back and edit this and say that didn't work and I actually use something else, but that's what I'm going to try. And then today we're just going to get everything set up. So first of all, I need to upgrade Deno. I'm still on version 1.0.0. I'm going to generate a fresh project, look at the fresh docs and familiarize myself with it because I haven't used it before. We'll then set up the database and design it. This should be fairly simple. We'll probably have maybe 3 or 4 tables. It's not going to be super complex, but we will have more than one table, and we'll need to design that. And then today I want at least one route that returns data from a database. Day 2, we're going to actually start implementing real features, but today is all about setup. Let's go. And I think somebody did redeem a focus mode. Okay. So first of all, I need to upgrade Deno. I do believe I can run Deno upgrade. Somebody in chat said I could do this. Cannot read latest tag version. That's all right. We'll just go to Deno and make sure we have the latest version. So looking at the fresh docs, if we go into getting started, it tells you that you need to install Deno. And then I can just run this command. So I'm on a Mac. I'll run this, and hopefully this will upgrade. Nice. So I'm on Deno version 1.24, which means I'm on the latest. So that upgrade did work. Awesome. Awesome. And let's create a project. So I think, can we already, look at that, upgrade Deno. We're making progress. Now I need to generate a fresh project. So Deno run, pass in fresh.deno.dev with the name of my project. So I'm guessing this is just like a project template. So when you do Deno run, it makes a request to fresh.deno.dev and then has some metadata about like where that project template is. So let's do it. And I'm just going to put this in a directory called app. Wow. Do I want to use Twind for styling? Is that Tailwind? The smallest, fastest, most feature-complete Tailwind in JS solution in existence. Oh god, I just want to build an app. Now you're asking me more stuff. Let's see. Do I want to use Twind? How does it work? No. So here's the thing though. When building an app, you do want some sort of styling solution, whether that's CSS modules or CSS in JS. You want some sort of styling solution. Now, I know that Deno uses a Preact, which is basically just a re-implementation of React under a different license, but everything behaves the same. So there's likely something I can use that works in React that would work with Deno and Preact. First of all, just tell me what to do. Okay, so TW. Oh, okay, and then I can like pass in Tailwind classes. Honestly, I'll add it. So I'm gonna say yes here. Actually, let me look at the Deno docs and see, or sorry, the Fresh docs, and see if if it's gonna give me other options. Because maybe it's like you can use Twinned, but also you could use something else. Nope. All right, it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna say yes, but I may not use it. I may actually just add something like Pico CSS that gives us a bunch of styles, or maybe even Bootstrap. We'll see when we get there. This is all, we're just doing basic setup today. All right, do I use VS Code? Yes, I do. All right, at this point, we now have an app directory, and then we can do Deno task start. Wow, so Deno is interesting in that the first time it spins up, it actually installs all of the dependencies that are required, which is different from like a node.js project where you would do something like an npm install first. This figured out that I didn't have my dependencies yet and then installed all of them. So let's see it. Look at that. We've got ourselves a Fresh app. Welcome to Fresh. Try update this message in the routes index.tsx file and refresh. This is a typo. should we make a request, a pull request to fix this? Try updating this message, or try to update this message. Regardless, we have a counter. That's awesome. Let's open this folder up inside of VS Code. And we can look. This is what we get. I'm guessing there's a route, and then there's an index. So I'm just going by what I'm familiar with, and like the fact that I've used Next.js before, and it works in a similar way, in that you have like your pages directory. I guess routes is similar to that, and then index.ts would be our entry point. So looking at this, here it is. Welcome to Fresh. Try to update. Try. Maybe here's, you know, big brain. They left the typo on purpose so that they could. So that you could fix the typo. So I did try to update. Watch your file change detected restarting. So what's interesting that I'm noting right now is this doesn't have hot reloading or auto refresh. I do have to manually refresh the page. I believe that's what just happened. That's the reason there's a typo. Yeah, so I do have to manually refresh, which is fine. I'm guessing there's probably a setting or a way to do hot reloading or auto refresh. Okay, so that's awesome. Let's go back to this. Yeah, so this is telling me what all the things do. Let's actually just do some exploring. So we can see there is a README, pretty basic. There's a main.ts. It's referencing things. It's pulling in some stuff from Twinned. Cool. This looks like I'll never have to touch it. let's look at some other stuff. We've got our import map. Cool. So I'm guessing, I don't know if this existed the last time I tried Deno, but I believe this is a way of defining some dependencies and then making it easier to import them in. Because typically, you can actually put the full URL in an import. But what this allows you to do is like Preact now maps to this specific URL, and then that's where the dependency gets installed from. So that's cool. All right, we have fresh.gen. This says do not edit this file. I won't even look at it. What else do we got? We've got dev.ts. Import from fresh dev. If we look in the docs, this says this is the development entry point for your project. This is the file that you run to start your project. It doesn't need to be called dev, but this is the convention. Cool. And then we did look at main, but let's see what they say about it. This is the project entry point for your project. It has the file that you link to Deno deploy. This file doesn't actually need to be main.ts. It's the convention. All right. And then fresh.gen. This is the manifest file that contains information about your routes. Cool. Import map. We saw that. And then Deno.json is also created in the directory with a start task. So we could, yeah, so when we did Deno, did we run Deno start? Yeah, we did. So Deno task start is actually pointing at this specific task. So that's cool. And then we have two important folders, routes and islands, and then a static directory for static files. Cool. So we did figure that out. Routes is where our basically our pages go. But I do know one of the concepts in Fresh is that anything inside of routes will get server-side rendered, and basically is like non-interactive unless you use what are called islands. And so, like in the example we saw on our main page here, the fact that this is interactive and like has JavaScript is because it's an island, whereas everything else gets completely statically rendered. Like if we look at the source code of this page, a bunch of injected styles, but also, let's see. Yeah, look at this. Welcome to Fresh. So we literally see an HTML element in the server-generated page that has this text from this page. So all of this is server rendered, and then because this is in the islands directory, it's actually interactive. Okay, awesome. Looks like we can do parameterized routes. So this is similar to Next.js. Let's try it out. So if we go to /cj, I stopped the app, so we need to restart it. All right, if we go to /cj, there we go. It says hello CJ. Or if we go to /twitch, it says hello Twitch. And let's look at the, yeah, look at this. So this is absolutely server rendered. You see, like, there's no JavaScript loaded to dynamically change the contents. The Deno server, the Deno Fresh server, sent that div over the wire, which is cool. And so this convention bracket name bracket allows us to do params. So that's why I was able to do /cj or /twitch, and then we're able to use that. So that's cool. And then we have an API route. Interesting. So we've got some jokes, and then we've got a handler with requests and context, and then we can return a response with a body. So if we do if we go to API/joke, I'm guessing we get like a JSON response. We don't get a JSON response. We just get a text response. But every time we go here, we do get a new joke. Let's just play with this. Let's see what happens if we turn it into a JSON response. It doesn't like it. Argument of type joke string is not assignable to body init. Null or undefined. So what did I just do there? So body is text. Do I have to stringify it? But how do I make sure that it sends back like the JSON response? Is there a JSON response? So I'll try this really quick. So I guess this is the issue. So response is just like auto imported. I don't see it imported from anywhere, which means it's like just available to us. And I'm not getting type completion for JSON response. I probably just need to look into this. I need to just look at the docs. I see a lot of suggestions in the chat. I am going to just do a JSON stringify to see what that gets me. But I think the issue there is that the right headers wouldn't be set if I just do that. So if I do this, and then I JSON.stringify it, it's going to turn that object into a string. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so the fact that my browser didn't detect that this was JSON means that it's not setting the right content type header. So right now the content type is still text plain. So there probably is a way of saying that the content type is JSON. I just don't know how to do that. So we're gonna keep reading, and maybe we'll find it. Cool. So all right, running locally. That's what we've been doing. If you want to change the port, You can do it in main.ts. Great. Creating a route. Yeah, I think because I'm familiar with Next.js, we're already like we're familiar with this. Like, just literally create a page, and then you're good to go. I guess I glossed over the fact that we're looking at not TypeScript. Well, we are looking at TypeScript, but we're also looking at JSX. And this is actually running through Preact. And so let's just pull up Preact really quick if you haven't heard of it. It is essentially a re-implementation of React, but it's smaller, and it says it's faster. But all of the things you can do in React, you can do in Preact, which is cool. And so that's why we're looking at JSX here. This is actually running within Preact it's like server rendered stuff from Preact. Cool. All right. We also talked about dynamic routes. That's how we were able to do like the /name. So that seems fine. Custom handlers. This is what I was interested in because this lets us do like custom responses. So in here we can do custom headers. I don't necessarily want to do that. I'm guessing. Oh, look at that! You have to do it manually. So there is no. Let's take a quick stretch. But we can see right here that they're manually setting the content type to application JSON, and so response accepts yuck. Yeah, I mean, there's probably an easier way of doing it. Like maybe there's like I could probably create my own class called response JSON that auto sets that header. Yeah, so headers, you can see I'm getting type completion, and then content type application JSON. Yeah. I also want to see, so you can see right now, I'm using single quotes. in the code is using double quotes in a lot of places. I want to see if there's like a linter that I can get set up. Let me add that to my to-do. Linter? Question mark? But for the most part, this should work. And then actually, I'm gonna flex my OOP skills and just create my own class called JSON response. Is prettier the way to go? Okay, but regardless, now that I've added that header, you can see now I'm using Firefox. It's like, oh, this is JSON, and it can actually parse it. And if we look at the network response, that content type header was getting set. It has a built-in formatter? Oh, Deno format. Okay, we'll look into that next. But let's take an aside and create our own class called JSON response that extends response. Like this, and then it has a constructor that takes in the body, and actually we'll just pull in. No, we just want to take in the body, and then we'll call super with the body and these headers here. And then body is of type body, isn't it? Actually, I'm going to go to the response definition so I can actually just copy this. And then I can use that same signature here. Constructor implementation is missing. What? There we go. Type annotation cannot appear on a constructor declaration. Makes sense? Cool. And then this will say we want our if init is not a thing, then init is going to be this with headers, and then after I can say init. I keep saying init dot headers at content type is application JSON. We'll get there. Boom. 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 Possibly undefined. It's not. I'm defining it right here. Any TypeScript aficionados in the chat? What am I doing wrong here? Like, well, I have that. So the in my experience, TypeScript would detect that on the line above, I'm assigning it if it doesn't exist. Is init a reserved word? Headers might be undefined? Oh! Cool. Cool. That makes sense. And I'll do this. If init.headers init. Well, no, okay. Okay, I guess so, because if init exists, yeah, that's why I gotta do this. So I just thought, so if init didn't exist, define it. And then if the headers didn't exist, define it. But at this point, they would have been defined. But if it was passed in as undefined, they wouldn't have been. And then I can reassign it. Then we call super. And now we did all of that so we could do a JSON response. So now, and actually, I could even do something like this accepts an object. And then if it's an object, so if type of body does not equal, or if body is not an instance of body init, I guess that could work, couldn't it? That's actually probably a better way to do it. So init is equal to itself. Though if it's undefined, you can't spread undefined. I think that's the issue there. Instance of is an operator. Okay, so how would I do this? Because basically, I want to say if body is an object, stringify it. But I can't say if it's an object because body init is technically an object. I guess I could just say if it's not a string. So if type of body does not equal string, then we're gonna stringify it. Boom. All right. Now, we've done it. So this is completely unrelated to the app that we're building. However, this was fun. There's definitely better ways to do this, but basically all we did was we wrapped the response type so that it automatically sets the response type headers and automatically stringifies the body. And Alka is saying string is valid JSON, so we technically don't even have to do that. We can just do this. Cool. And honestly, I probably just need to look into the framework because there's no way this doesn't exist, right? There's no way. There's no way. All right, let's see if this works. No errors in the console. And then I don't see an error here. Cool. In Loco is asking, is it really the way to go in TypeScript to check the types with ifs and do things like that? So we're not really checking the type. We're checking if the properties exist or not. It still always has to be of type response in it, but we're just overriding the properties because basically what this allowed us to do is invoke the constructor without a second argument. And so now response init is undefined. And so now, because it's undefined, we define it. I mean, and honestly, I would even do this. So if it wasn't defined, define it. And then if it didn't have a headers property, put it on there. And then put the content type property onto the headers. But what that allows us to do is also pass in an object with headers with something like this, like X custom stuff. And so what did I do wrong? Oh, because does it have to be a string? Yeah, it has to be a string. So now what this will do is this will actually merge the two. So because I passed it in like this just sets content type. And so now the headers have both this custom header and the content type header. So that's the main reason that I wrote it that way, is I wanted it to have both headers. So now if we look at it, it's got content type and custom stuff. If I would have just overridden this, then I couldn't pass in other headers. So that's why I wrote it that way. All right. Why did I do that? How did I know it had to be a string? It was just throwing an error, and it actually didn't give me the right error. Oh, there it is. There it is. I had to scroll down to see it. Type number is not assignable to type string. Basically, the headers object is always a map of string to string. I guessed that, but if I would have scrolled down, I would have seen a better error. Okay. I feel like I missed a lot of chats, but I gotta keep going. Yeah. There's a 1 next to the arrow icon in the bottom bar. Oh, I think that's just because... Oh, an import path cannot end with a .ts. Consider importing fresh server.js. Can I see where this error is coming from? It's coming from TypeScript. I probably need to install Deno, like some Deno tooling if I don't have it. Let's see. So I'm going to look for extensions and then Deno. I don't have it. I should install it. And ending with Ollie. Thank you for that raid. Welcome in, raiders. We are working with Deno today. You can ask questions, Puka, but I try to keep things focused, at least for now, because I've been live for almost 3 hours, and it's hard to... Oh, that fixed it. Nice. We don't get that error anymore, I think. Though it does say there are 3 errors. Implicit any. Okay, that's better. Here we go. But yeah, welcome in, raiders. What were you working on? Security baby book. Wait, is this a kid's book? That's awesome! A kid's book on security. So I forgot where I was. I saw, like, it was basically like bedtime stories or like illustrated books on technical topics. That's awesome. You got a job offer live on stream. Congrats. But that's great. Yeah, and I guess are you gonna have like a vendor booth at DEF CON selling your book or something like that? That's awesome. Sick. Appreciate the raid. Thanks for bringing your friends in. And actually, is there a baby's first SQL injection? Yeah. Do you have a link to the book that we can take a look at? Or like another book that you were working on? Element explicitly has any type because expression can't be used to index type headers. I disagree. I disagree with this TypeScript error. You're working on your first version, and you'll have some friends look through it. Cool. I mean, honestly, I thought about doing something similar, like basically like technical content for kids. I don't know. I can never decide like what age group to target though, because I also like I don't have any idea what age of kid is capable of comprehending that kind of content. It seems like it's like somewhat older kids, like at least maybe 10 or 11 years old. But yeah, 0 to 3. Is that who you're targeting? But okay, we have focus modes. I'm getting distracted. I gotta So we have a type there, headers, key string. Pretty high level. Okay. All right. We are going to focus, though, for 16 minutes. Again, thank you for the raid. Good luck on the book. Here we go. We're going to write some code. So I'm getting this type error here. And I think the issue is because I'm assigning it to just be an object. I think there's like if I could create an instance of like headers in it or something like that. Only refers to a type. It's being used as a value here. And then what is type headers? So I could actually do this. Let's take a quick stretch. Object has headers in it. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. It's so funny because it's like British, like headers in it. Element implicitly has any type. I mean, I guess probably what I need to do as headers in it. Yeah, honestly, this isn't worth our time because this was just a quick aside to like work on this JSON response type. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go there. I think I could. Somebody mentioned this. Right? Is it something like that? So this is how we tell TypeScript that we know better. Because this is fine. This code technically works. It's fine. It's completely unrelated to anything else that we're doing. So yeah, we're just gonna ignore it. All right. Where were we? Okay, so we learned about custom response types. We can fetch data, which we don't want to do. Form submissions, great. Let's look at our checklist. So we generated a project. I'm mostly familiarized myself with Fresh now. I think the great thing is like if you're coming from a Next.js background, you'll instantly know what to do here. It all seems very straightforward. Our pages go in here. We haven't tried to do anything with islands yet, but essentially these are going to be like our components that are interactive and like require JavaScript, and then anything on routes is completely server-side rendered. And then we can have like static assets. So everything seems fine. I feel at home. I feel like I can figure out most of what we need to do based on that. Let's set up a linter. So people were recommending Deno format. Let's see how to set it up. Deno ships with a built-in formatter that will auto-format the following files. Great. Format all supported files in the current directory and subdirectories. Let's add this as a task we can run. So if we look at our deno.json, let's create a task called format. Really, it's lint, but we'll call it format. And then I can do Deno run format. Deno task run? I forgot the syntax. Or Deno task format. Here we go. Deno task is unstable and may drastically change in the future. Is there a Deno lint command? Oh, I like that. Let's do this. So format everything that you can and then lint it. Let me just see. Yeah. It's curious to me that it says Deno task is unstable. But regardless, yeah, we didn't have to install a linter or anything like that. That's pretty awesome. This is just a Deno thing. Let's call this I want to name this something like it formats and it lints. Clean up, maybe. That's a bad word. That's a bad use of that. It's too generic. Flint. I like it. I don't know why I didn't come up with that, but Deno task Flint. Awesome. This type may be different from what you expect it to be. That also is fine. I think I could just actually remove that type. Honestly, we could delete this entire file because this has nothing to do with our app. Awesome. Good to go. All right. Now comes the hard, fun stuff, setting up a database. So we decided earlier that we were going to use DenoDB. So now we jump into the DenoDB docs. Let's get started. Connect your database. Let's copy this. I technically am going to have to set up Docker while we're doing this, but we can probably do something like in our utils directory, create a new file called db.ts, do this business, and then the connector that I want is Postgres connector. Oh yeah, I think that's a thing, right? Deno automatically will read a .env file. Yeah, and so this is pretty interesting. So like instead of doing an npm install, you literally just reference this URL, and then at runtime, if it doesn't have it, it will download it, create an instance of it. Okay, so we create db. If you need debug log, set debug to true. We don't. And then I can just do export default db. Okay, let's look at the docs for the Postgres connector. We want this. We're going to pull this in from a .env. So we're going to call our database fresh spots. The host, for now, I'm going to do localhost. So for now, Deno is just going to be running on my machine, and then I'm going to create a Docker container that's running the Postgres database. In an ideal world, I would Dockerize both of them. Like I would create a Docker container for Deno and have my Docker container for Postgres, and then they would be able to communicate in that way. But it's fine. I am going to look up how environment variables work in Deno. Manual. Environment variable. Environment variables. This is what I want. But how do I use them? Shell variables. Is it just process.env like in Node? Why is this so hard to find? Deno.env.get. All right. I don't know why that was so hard for me to find in their docs. Here we go. This is what I want. And actually, while we're here, let's create some types and stuff. So does, I'm going to just ask this question out loud, but I'm really just wondering, does Fresh care about what directories I create? Like, could I create a directory called interfaces, like this? Does it care? And if I create a new one called like config.ts, and then we export a default interface config, that has a DB property, which is an object, which has a host property, which is a string. Like that. So really what I'm doing is I'm creating a type that's going to have all of these properties. And then I'll create a loader that loads all of these properties from my env. I guess this will be a number. db.name. Host, username. Great. So this is the type for my config, and then I'm going to create a util called like config.ts, and this will actually load the config from my env. So I'll say const config, which is of type config, and then I imported that from the interfaces directory, and then that is just going to be an object that has a DB property with all these properties, but I'm going to load them specifically from my .env. Deno.env.get. Let's copy this. Like that. We need commas. DB port. All right. Why is it complaining? String or undefined is not assignable to type string. Yeah, these. You're right. These. I think somebody mentioned these all need to be in double quotes because I'm going to create an env file, and then this thing right here is what I'm going to call them. And then I actually want to parse this as a number. Like that. Here's the thing. I could. I could say, yeah, I could do this, which says if it's not in the .env, then empty string. However, I kind of want to throw an error, right? Like the app shouldn't even start up if these environment variables aren't defined. So we'll do something like this. I mean, it seems like a lot of extra work. For now, we're just going to do this, but we're going to add a to-do to come back and fix this code so that we basically have 5432. There's a CVE, disabled system user, or something like that. So it'll just connect to a database. Yeah, I guess technically, yeah, I could do like this, and then I could do export. Yeah, you're right. I could load it and then just say and go one by one. So if config.db.name is not a thing. Actually, I could do object dot entries on config.db. And then we get the name and value, like this. And we'll say, if not value, throw new error, missing config value for name. Missing db config value name. I'm hesitating because honestly, I want these values. I want to throw an error that has these values in them. But that's fine. So now, if I import the config in here, the most enterprise code I've ever seen on this channel. That's funny. I mean, this is just this is defensive programming. I think this is what you could call this defensive programming, where like a lot of times you could just let it keep going instead of saying, hey, you're missing this. But pretty much every production app I've built with node.js, I do something like this in order to let another developer know that, hey, the app's crashing because you're missing some environment variables. This is just being a good programmer citizen is all this is. Okay, so now we import it in, and the app should crash, but now I can use these values. And actually, I should just be able to pass in config.db. But if I do that, I need to call this database. Database host, username, password. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, I might have missed some chats, but basically what this does is it gives me an array of arrays. So it gives me this as an array with two values inside of it, a string database, and then whatever this resolved to, string host, whatever this resolved to. So you'll see it in action once we save this and get this spun up. So now we'll just pass the config directly into the Postgres connector. And if we look at the console, it should be erroring out right now. I guess not, because we're not even using the DB. Because we're not using this database file anywhere, this code isn't running, which is not running this, so it's not throwing the error. But let's say in our main page, we want to import DB. Then we start it up. What? Oh, I was like, why is it downloading all this stuff? That's because this is the first time it's running this DB code, and it needed to install this Deno DB dependency. So that's why all of that ran. Though it looked like it got an error with JSPM. Let's see. So DenoDB is breaking right now because it's trying to import a library from JSPM. Okay, thank you, Terawatt. Basically, the latest version of DenoDB has an issue with importing from JSPM. Okay, let's attempt to downgrade. How do we downgrade? We change the version. But let's see what versions are available on DenoDB. I guess technically I would look at Deno Land because it is published on Deno Land. DenoDB. Here it is. 1.0.40 is the latest version. 1.0.39 is the version before that. Terawatt, can you mention what version you downgraded to? And how do I specify the version in the import? Like that. So DenoDB at version number /mod. You removed the project after that? All right, let's see if the previous version works. Yeah, so we just had to we had to go back one version to not get that error. I'm guessing there's an issue open on their GitHub. Let's just see really quick. Seems fine. Hopefully, the documentation still works for the previous version, but what's the point of realizing a version that does not run? Oh, releasing a version that doesn't run? It probably got broke later on. And that's, so to describe like what their issue was, they pointed at the latest version of core, or was it a specific version? Core at 1. Basically, they had a dependency on a project with a specific version, but that project broke. Like this project that they're dependent on did something bad, and now that breaks this library. And it's possible that when they released the latest version, this wasn't an issue, but then this library updated node libs/timers. I guess it's core.js, which adds a bunch of like core JavaScript functionality. Oh well. We've downgraded and it appears to work. Though our error is not being thrown. Let's actually just pass back our config. Oh, maybe because we're not using it? No. It should try to load up. Or no. Oh, well, I see what you're saying, Puxa, but I'm doing not value. So that should work on an empty string. Let me just log real quick, though. This is my config. I think Fresh has a fighting chance. So here's my reasoning. Deno has been picking up traction over the past few years, and more people are interested in it. More people are using it, and then Fresh comes from the core team. So because the people that are creating Deno itself are supporting Fresh, I think it has a fighting chance of being the thing people use to build backend apps if they're using Deno. And then what else was I going to say? Oh yeah, the fact that Deno, the core team, also manages the Deno deploy tool, and Fresh is directly supported on Deno deploy. It's all part of the ecosystem, which is why I think you are totally right, Brooklyn Dev. Oh goodness, I forgot to destructure. Woof, thank you. This is it. It didn't break though. And it's also not logging my config. What's up with that? Okay, so db imports the config file. Great. Config exports itself and should be logging. Yeah, I mean, I think it's production ready for some people, but it really depends on like what you're trying to do and if there is ecosystem packages that support it. But yeah. Okay, and then the main page is pulling in DB. It's not using it, but it's still technically importing it. Maybe that's the issue, Murtaha. I don't know if I said your name right. Hopefully I did. Or Murtaja. Because we're not referencing DB. There we go. Cool. That's super interesting, though. That's not how things work in Node.js. So in Node.js, simply importing a module runs the code in that module. What happened here is the code in that module didn't run until we actually referenced it, which is interesting, even though we imported it. Yeah. Deno runs it when you call it. Yeah, so that's a major difference there. Martaja, cool. Thank you for the for the tip. So it's working. So right now we're getting an error thrown, missing db config value database. And then if I create a file called .env and I put a db name in here, we'll call this fresh spots. Save it. I wonder if there's a command to just auto restart, but that is not loading my .env because it's still missing value database, and database should be coming from db name. Oh, I think there's a permission I have to ask for in order to use environment variables. Let's look at the Deno docs. Yeah, allow. That's it. Allow env. So we got to kill it. We'll update our start task. And yeah, and it looks like I'm already watching. I just need to allow env like that. I don't know, Aftoto. Also, we only allow English here because it's hard to moderate other languages. But I thought it could just be called .env. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate. Yeah, I could try .env.local, but I thought I could just do .env. Deno.env provides the environment variables. It worked. Actually, let's also so in my config, let me log it. It's not pulling it in. Doesn't Deno need another permission for file access? It'd be interesting if I had to specify both, but I see what you're saying. Because right now I'm doing allow env. Maybe it needs to go there. Is it possible to log all of my envs? Let's see. Oh, actually, I don't know if I want to do that. I'll hide my screen when I do this. But I want to see, like, is anything on there? ToObject. It has a ToObject function. Let's see. Yeah, I definitely don't want to show this on stream. It's not in here. Okay. So, oh, well, I did expose myself, but there's actually, let me make sure. I might have to delete the VOD. I was only showing that piece. Yeah, nothing. I didn't expose anything. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Yeah, I'm gonna try what Aftoto is saying. So what they mentioned in German, I believe, is .env.local instead of .env. Let's see. That didn't work either. So what if it works, database will have a value. Also, yeah, so .env is in the... Oh, port works because I gave it a default value. So port loads that or the default Postgres port. Yeah. Okay, we'll get there. And thank you, Canaria, for the hydrate and the stretch. And the posture check, I've been going at it for like an hour and a half without taking a break. Cool. I just thought that this was built into Deno, loading the .env. But I guess not. I guess I might have to use this .env package. Yeah, just load the latest version. .env handling for Deno. And see, this is why I hesitate. This isn't a core package, and I thought that It's a core package. Excuse me. Oh, I see. Hello, humanoidism. Welcome back. What you're saying is Deno.env is essentially a way of accessing environment variables, but it doesn't load them. It doesn't actually load them, and then we need a third-party library like this, which would load them and add them here. Okay, so easy enough. We literally just import this library up at the top. And here's the thing. I trust this library. It has 139 GitHub stars, but technically by loading this library, it could just slurp up all of my .env values once I load it. But yeah, I mean, it is true. Like in node.js, they have a way of accessing environment variables, but you do need a separate package to load them in. Well, what's up, heck? Okay, so this is loading. I don't think it likes just the top level. Oh, it just says it's missing. Let's try again. Well, what's up, Gunter? Welcome in. Yeah, I do like the idea of sourcing .env. Okay, I'm gonna go with that. I'm not gonna use that library. And then in my start script, I'll say source.env and run the thing. Command not found. I have source. I'm on a Mac. Yeah, source should work. Yeah, I guess that's the other issue is if someone is trying to run this on Windows, they technically wouldn't have source. All right, we'll get it working. Oh, I see. I did it wrong. I just have to do this. So where was I looking? That just imports everything. Yeah, see, this one says I could technically just load it and then do that. But it's fine. I'll do this because, so here's another thing about like application architecture and where I'm putting stuff. Basically, the way I'm coding this is I will not access environment variables directly anywhere except for this file. This file is the thing that takes all of my environment variables and then makes them available for everything else. Can I rename it? .env. So I'll load them once here. Do I need to call config though? It didn't work. So instead of so what you're saying is instead of deno.env.get, now I just have to do .env.value. Okay. Whew. Whew. All right, we'll get there. We'll get there. So I need to put this in a variable. This seems convenient. I'm hyping myself up because we're going to do it. Because, okay, now that I have the function call, I need to put it in a variable. So let's call this .env values. It's a horrible, horrible name. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Let's call it EMV. That's beautiful. Okay, that's easier. All right. It worked. All of that for that, though. I mean, I feel like the last time I worked with Deno, I had issues with the .env. So cool. We bring in the library. It loads it all into an object, and then we can access it. So now all of these become env dot. like that. Yeah. How do you access it? But then how do you access it through code? You'd have to re-export it. Well, I'm already doing that, so that's already a good thing. So basically this config file loads all of the stuff for my environment variables, and plus it could have things that are non-environment variable as well. But now anywhere I want to use it, I use this, and also I've basically typed it. So it's almost like I'm typing my .env, because I have this interface with the properties that I care about, and then in this file I'm actually loading them onto that type. So yeah, okay, we're on our way. Now we need the rest of these, and for that we're going to need a Docker container with Postgres inside of it. So un moment. Okay. Yeah, first try. Why did I put the type separately? Oh, like in a separate file, you mean? Really, it's just if is this what you mean? Like, why did I put this type in a separate file? You can use export in .env and then use normal. I mean, purely for reusability. Like, I guess for this type, that file is probably only the place it's going to be needed. But I just have gotten in the habit of putting all my interfaces in the same directory. So if I need them in some other file, I can just import them. But I think you're right. Technically, this could have been defined inline. I don't think there's any issue with that. Okay. Just Riven for fun. You can use export in .env and then use normal.env.get. Let's try it, because I would prefer to use the built-in Deno way of doing it. Options, export. Set to true to export all .env variables to the current process environment. Why didn't you tell me that before? Like, why is that not a default option? Okay, so actually, okay, yeah, that's Oscar has it. That's what I would do. I would just do this and say export true, and then now all my old code would work. So all of these env dots become deno.env.get like this. This should work. I like this better. This is more node.js-esque in that it loads them onto it. Yeah, this works. Whew, okay. Man, oh man. I would get killed on code review for putting a DB into a Docker container. What do you mean? Is it because your project doesn't use Docker? But yeah. Bun auto imports .env files. That's cool. Error. It works. Well, yeah. Because all of these variables are undefined, and I need to define them. But in order to define them, I need to create a DB, a Docker DB. Okay. I probably need to take a break. Here's the thing. Where are we at on our checklist? We're close, honestly. Like, we got our config loading. We will just get one table going. We'll call it users. Create a users table. That's what we'll do. And then next time we're going to do the actual application development of like designing the database and more, all that stuff. But basically what we have done is we've figured out how to, well, actually, we haven't figured anything out yet. We've just loaded this library. We still need to connect it to Postgres. Then we'll need to create some models, and then we can do some querying inside of a fresh route, Deno fresh route. All right, we're going to focus. This is it. This is the home stretch. We'll get the basics done, and then we'll be ready to go next week. Yeah. So we're about to set up a Docker container. Here we go. So I want a Postgres Docker Postgres container. I'm going to set up a Docker Compose just because I like how it allows me to like load in environment variables and such. And then this example does spin up Adminer, which is pretty cool. Adminer is a web UI for interacting with your Postgres database. So here's the plan. In here, we create a docker compose.yaml. Throw this in there. Our DB service pulls from the Postgres image. Great. And then we can define all of our environment variables. So we want a Postgres user. I think I can do like this, and that pulls from a .env file. Postgres DB. That's another one we want. Great. Cool. And then I don't want to redefine PG data, but I do want a volume with my with my data inside of it. I'm just laughing at Murtaj, who says you love environment variables. I mean, you need them. If you're working on a code base that multiple people are working on, you absolutely need environment variables. Because I could give this to another developer and they may not want to use Docker. They may just use Postgres on their machine, or they may connect to a remote instance, and then they just need to update this file if they don't want to run the Docker Compose, you know? I don't know. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Where is the data directory? For persistence. Here we go. This. So we'll say volumes. And then we'll just put this in /db data. /db data. So it'll auto create the directory, but I'm going to create it and then throw it in my git ignore, which I don't have. It did not generate the project with a git ignore. Let's see if there's one. So I have this tool git ignore that, that generates git ignore files. Let's see if they have one for Deno. .404. Deno doesn't need any? I mean, I get, oh, there it is. Oh no, it's just empty. But I definitely want to ignore my .env, and then I'm also going to ignore db data, because db data is going to have all of the database data, the db data. So what I'm doing is I'm mapping this folder inside the Postgres container to this directory. So once this container spins up, all of the stuff that it needs to store for the database itself are going to go in that folder, and I don't want that to be in my repo. So I'm going to ignore that folder. I also want to ignore this file because I don't want it to get pushed up to GitHub, and then I can create a sample file that does get pushed up to GitHub, but people can fill in with their own values. And actually, if you're familiar with node.js, typically you have to ignore the node modules folder. Deno stores all of your dependencies in one place on your machine that's not in this folder. So none of this is anything that I would need to ignore. Yeah, so we should be good there. What was I doing? Docker container. All right, we mapped the volume. I guess I should be able to specify the port. I think I want to do this so I can expose port 5432 to my machine so that Deno can access port 5432. I don't think .vs Code can be ignored because this recommends, so when someone brings my project down, this will recommend that they install Deno, so that's fine. And then this enables Deno. So I'm actually okay with pushing those up. Terawatt is saying I don't need to do this. I thought I did. So, reminder, my Deno app will not be in a container. It's outside the container. And then it needs to map into the port inside the container. So, which one's inside the container? Because I do need to map this to like this. And also I need to rename all these to be my actual E and V. The second one is the one inside the container. Yeah, and actually I don't know if I can do parameterization on ports, but what I want is whatever DB port is specified in the .env should then be mapped to 5432 inside the container. You can? All right, so that should be good. What else do we have? We have, oh yeah, and then host in this case is just going to be localhost. I think we should be good. We'll spin up this container and get going. Honestly, I'm not going to add adminer. We'll just have the database. So db host, localhost, db username, freshy fresh, db password, freshy fresh secret, and the db port default 5432. Docker dash compose config. Let's see. Yeah. I appreciate that. Can't read your name, but appreciate that. The DB user variable is not set, defaulting to a blank string. I don't know why I was nodding my head like that. Service DB ports contains an invalid type. It should be a number or an object. Oh, I put all of these in the sample. These need to be here as well. Yeah, that was an issue. I was in the sample file. And it's looking at this one. Here we go. DB user variable is not set. DB user name is what we want. Oh, I need to do like this. I honestly should just look at how I've done it in a previous project. That actually worked. Okay, that's what I wanted. So the database name is fresh spots. The password is that. The user is that. I'm publishing port 5432, and the internal target is 5432. All right, start it up. Oh, I misspelled localhost. Let's fix that. Yeah, you're right. This environment variable only matters inside the Deno app, but Docker is not started, so I need to start up Docker. All right, give me a second. Yeah, I've actually never run that config command before, but it's pretty slick. It basically puts the .env values into the overall config, so you can see what the values are going to be. Oh, you're right. Thank you. I'll update the sample as well. Nice. Okay, so I started up Docker. Now we are spinning up this Postgres container. It had to download the image from the web, which it's doing now. How does it map to your config file? Ask CoolPants. Docker compose automatically reads in your .env. So my .env file that I have defined right here, it automatically reads that in. That's why I like the using .env in both places, because I can define all of my stuff here. My Docker container uses those values, and then now my app can use those values here as well. Cool. So database is up and running. That's awesome. Let's see this. Parameter of type Postgres options. You know what? We could actually, instead of defining my own DB type, I could use the Postgres options type in my config. So DB is of type Postgres options. Oh, actually, this doesn't go here. This would go in my interface. And so now, oh, I also want config.db. Cool. All right, so this is connecting to the database. Now, how do we test it? We need to actually run some kind of query. And right now, we're pulling DB into this index file here. So let's go to the Deno DB docs and figure out how to query the database. I'm curious if we even need to create a model. Can I just run some SQL? No, we don't have a table. that's the issue. That's why I just want to run like a generic like schema query or something. Because otherwise we are going to have to just create a model. Model events. This is cool. The library has events for the models, which means you could do like some real-time stuff. So like when the model changes, then like send a socket event or something like that. All right, we'll just create a model. It's fine. It should be easy enough. So we are going to create a new directory. Let's call it, I'm actually going to call it models. Should be fine. And inside there, I'll create one called user.ts. We will import model from DenoDB. And actually, this is a perfect use case for import maps because we are specifically importing version 1.0.39 from DenoDB. I don't want to have to type that everywhere. So what I'm going to do is just call this DenoDB and then call this DenoDB. And then in my import maps file, I'm going to say DenoDB maps to that. I guess technically I don't have to map it to mod, but I think I can. So let's see what happens. Yep, so now it can resolve it, which is good. And then over here, I can just reference it. Awesome. So I want to create a class user that extends model. And then I give it a table name, user. And then I want it to have like created at and updated at fields. So I'll say timestamps true. And then for now, can I import that? Yeah, from DenoDB. Great. We want an auto incrementing ID. Will that do it? And for now, that's literally all a user is going to have, just an ID. Because later on, we're going to do social auth, and then a user will have, I mean, probably we would want a join table with like user profiles, and then inside the profile table, we could insert service name, Discord, user ID, avatar URL, something like that. But for now, we just have a super basic table that just has an ID property. Seems fine. All right, let's synchronize the database. Linking our models is very straightforward. Use db.link with every model you have created. All right, I'm going to create a just like an index.ts file that exports all of my models. So like export default, and then I'm going to throw user inside of here, which I import from this directory. And in every other model I create, I'm going to put in this array. But what this is saying is I can now load my models in. So let's import models from models. I guess I might need to do the index.ts thing. And oh no, I need to go up a directory. Great. And then I could do db.link and then pass in an array of models like that. And later on, I could set up all of my relationships inside of this index file, which is fine. And then we will do a db.sync. Link it, sync it. Great. This seems fine, and I like the code so far. Yeah, I don't think I need a UUID. Like, auto-incrementing ID is fine. All of the user profiles in the app, I think, will be public, so it's fine if people iterate them. Okay, how do I query a model? Await user.all, I believe, is how I would do it. Cool. Okay, so at this point, it actually is going to attempt to run it against my database. Whoa, okay, things happened. So yeah, because the code is auto-refreshing, it did the thing. So file change detected, restarting. And then now I'm logging my... so in my index file, I'm logging... not that one. This one. I'm logging the DB, which actually now is connected and has a user model, which is awesome. So I'm not going to log this anymore, but I am going to do something like I'm going to try to query the user database. So I want to be able to say like user.all. Right now, it's just going to give me back an empty array because there are no users. But I need to figure out where do I run this code. So in Next.js, you typically would have the like get server-side props function, that kind of thing. I'm guessing I just do it like right in here. But let's look at the fresh docs to see how we, like fetching data. So this exports a handler that is able to respond with that. I think this is what I need. Where essentially, instead of fetching from an API, I'm actually fetching from my database. But yeah, I won't need to use fetch in this case. So I do want to import my user model. This is going to resolve to an array of user. And then I don't want to do this await fetch thing. I want to actually query my database. Like this. And I don't need that. I need to import handlers and page props from fresh. Great. So this is kind of like get server-side props. Essentially, this will query the database for all of the users and then pass those in as props, which is just going to be an array of users. And they're calling it data. So I'm guessing it gets the name data. So data, which is page props of type user array. Yeah. The keyboard is just closer to my microphone. It's the same one. It's just closer. And then now we'll do this. We'll say, let's get rid of the fresh logo. There are data.length users. Let's take a quick stretch. Seems fine. It should say there are 0 users. Ah! Cannot read properties of undefined reading table. Where is this error coming from? So I guess one thing I had a question about is the model querying syntax here is just querying against a model. But usually when you're dealing with a library like this, instead of querying the model directly, you actually need to do something like db dot models, because that's the connected version, the one that's actually going to query against the database. db dot so I don't know. Data? So the table should have been created because I did db.sync. So that should automatically create any table of any model that I defined. Believe, anyways. Synchronizing your models means making sure your models are available in the provided database. If they do not exist, synchronizing will create them. Some of the tables might have values already. It's possible that sync did augment them. I keep using the word should. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I didn't read anything in the docs that told me that it would. I could be doing things wrong, but ultimately this is the code that's possibly like breaking right now. Oh, so this is weird. Because I'm not referencing DB, user never gets augmented. Yeah, so I have to console log DB. That's hacky. I don't like that. How can I get around that? Here's the thing. Watch. This is going to fix it. Console log DB. It broke it more. Multiple primary keys for table user are not allowed. Cool. So now it's actually trying to sync. Relation user already exists, skipping. This is better. This is more of like a Postgres error. Yeah. So maybe I do have to do a drop, and basically I almost want something like, if we're in production, don't drop. But if we are in production, just wipe it all out. Yeah. A separate route or file for sync. Yeah, I mean, we could do something like we could export a function called like connect. And then in our main entry point, we call this so that it's available everywhere else. I think it's the better way to do it. Would I do that in main or dev? I think I would do that in main. So what I'm thinking here is I import connect from utils/db .ts. And then that does that setup, that does all that, and then I do connect, and so that will sync the models. And then I don't need to import it over here anymore. But what I was going to change is something like options. Looks like this. And then sync is if config dot. Is there an equivalent in Deno for node env? Because in node.js we have node env equals production, or node env equals development. Let's see. I guess there's no convention. Just call it whatever I want. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just... yeah, I'll just define my own. If anybody knows of something better, let me know. Isn't that a bad way of having environment-dependent code? No, like it's very common to have code that only runs when you're in development, or to run in a different way when you're in production. So here, this is what I'm thinking. So we'll go to our interface, and we will say have a variable called environment. This is literally just a string, and then whenever we are loading our config in, environment comes from an environment variable called Deno env. And we're just going to default that to production. So in our environment, or our .env file, or sorry, we're going to default to development. Call it Jurassic Park because it's a Deno environment. I get it. Cool. So now I have a Deno env, which gets mapped to or loaded onto environment. And now I can use that over here. So I can say config.environment is equal to production, or sorry, development. Then I want this to be true. Otherwise, false. So if the development environment is not development, do not drop the tables. But if we're in development, drop the tables. And I can actually just pass this in like that. Moment of truth. All right, we started up. No errors. We've got our config loaded. Here we go. Here we go. What I want to see is there are 0 users. Yes, yes. So we are successfully querying the database, and there are no users in the database now. Awesome. This is what I like to see. Let's just try inserting a user really quick, and then you're totally right. You're totally right. I do not need the ternary. I could just do this. Victory! Yeah, I can just do that. I was over complicating it. This is good. This is a good sign. So we're connecting to a database. We've got some models that are syncing. We can query the database. Let's see, can we insert into the database? For now, I'm actually just going to create an API route that lets me insert a user into the database. Later on, I'm going to delete this because we will likely there will be no way to create new users except for the sign in or sign up process. So let it be known, this is just temporary. So like, we'll call this create user temp. We'll delete. Okay. So I have this file. That was just copy and pasted from before. And then now we need the database stuff. So I'm going to import user from models / user. Cool. And then right here, we can do something like await user dot. Why can't it find this? Oh, because I need to go up 2 directories. REST API? Yes. But because this is server-side rendered, it's likely that we won't create a REST API endpoint for creating users. It'll just be, actually, it'll be through the user flow. And even like creating lists or adding points of interest, I don't think I'm going to create a RESTful endpoint. I will likely just have some sort of post request handler that a server rendered page calls. But that's for a later time. I still don't know how I'll do all of that. But user dot create, and then nothing, because we have no fields on our table. It literally just has an ID, which should be auto incrementing, but let's see. So we define the user, and then we just respond with the created user. Model is not assignable to parameter of type body, null, or undefined. This is why I had the object type here earlier. And what is this complaining about? Cool. And then what is this complaining about? This is a promise that returns a response. Okay. Now, if I go to this route, it should create a user. Now, that's why I said, like, this is temporary. This won't be a thing, because typically you would want this to be a post request. You wouldn't want a get route, like inserting stuff into your database. But regardless, let's see. Null value in column ID of relation user. It's not auto incrementing. Why not? Yeah. It better. There has to be a way to make this an auto incrementing ID key, right? Right? Is it auto increment true? Where did you see it? Inside the ID field. Okay, I guess if we look at the field descriptors. It's in the README. Well, I want to find it. I know you all are telling me, but I want to find it. Do I see it? Oh, here it is. Okay, auto increment true. Okay, we've got it. So in our user model here, we will say auto increment true. The chat was telling me, but I wanted to be sure. Okay, now, moment of truth. Hey, so we have a new user. They have a created at and an updated at. We can create another user, and another user. So now we have 4 users. And if we go to the home page, it should say there are 4 users. Great. Fantastic. Unique, I feel like, should be inferred by the fact that it's a primary key. Yeah, primary key always has to be unique, so I don't think it would hurt to put it on here, but let it be known. Yeah. The migrations run once per boot. That seems to be what's happening. So like every time we restart, it actually drops the tables if there have been changes like that. So yeah. Cool. I'm done for now. And actually, I'm pretty excited with what we got going so far. So we're playing around with Deno fresh. We're actually just doing a lot of TypeScript development, honestly. We're just doing a lot of TypeScript stuff. We're getting familiar with DenoDB, which is a library that lets us interact with SQL databases. So that's fun. And we did some basic querying. So I think this is a good stopping point. Next time, we'll continue on. And now that we're mostly set up, now it's time to actually build the application. It's time to do the work. All right, quick stretch. That's funny, Terawatt, because, I mean, you're the one that told me just downgrade the version. Actually, I appreciate that, though, because I feel like I would have tried fixing that error for like an hour, and we just downgraded the version. Which seems fine. Okay. We did it. We got Postgres going, got a users table, we created a route that returns data from the database. Yeah, and overall, I do like DenoDB. Like, I like all of the, how we've used it so far seems fine. Setting up the connection, easy, makes sense. Defining the models also makes sense. There's a lot of cool, sensible defaults, and they have like the built-in data types. We haven't worked with relationships yet. I think that's really where we're going to see this thing. We're going to put it to the test. But that's for next time. Cool. I got to stop when I'm getting I got to go eat dinner. I've been live for 4 hours. But if you liked what you saw today, tune in next Friday. So I'm going to be streaming between now and next Friday, but I won't touch this code base again until next Friday. This will be reserved for Friday, so you can tune in again if you want to see more. I feel like I have to do Prisma at some point because everything I've seen about it looks great. I just haven't used it. Deno doesn't support Prisma yet. I think it's one of the top things that they're trying to get working. But it doesn't support it yet, which is why I had to spend some time finding a library that would work. Cool. But while I'm ahead, yeah. Have I ever built an app with a freemium type feature? Any tips on where to start doing my research? I haven't, but really it just gets down to payment processing and restricting features if a user hasn't purchased a specific feature, that kind of thing. Yeah. This code's not on GitHub, but I'll put it on GitHub while I'm here so I don't forget. One moment. Glad to hear it, Monster. I'm always wary because, like, obviously I'm doing a lot of learning myself, but it's good when people can learn by watching me learn. Also, you're seeing my process, and also I will say I'm doing my best to like write good code. Usually, I'm very rushed, so I do like as minimal possible just to get the thing working. I tried my best to like write code as I would write it if I was writing it for a job. I think the only thing missing right now are tests, but we haven't really done anything that needs tests. And actually, I definitely would want to put tests in this app. So yeah. Okay. My good code is inspiring. I'm glad to hear it. I need to get in at this. Need to make sure I'm not going to commit anything weird. I think the .env is the only thing I need to ignore. Yeah. YouTube coding is pure rewriting text from the other screen. It's true, and like, not to knock anyone that does that, because I mean, that's how you create polished content, is you do it once, have all your notes, and then redo it while explaining it. That's how the majority of people create YouTube videos, and that's perfectly fine. But what I've realized, and what people that watch me realize, is it's fun to watch someone do it from scratch. Yeah. What's my usual tech stack? Probably Vue on the front end and Feathers.js on the back end. Vue. Yeah, I love Vue. I love Vue, but I also love Vue. Vue. Yeah, so the next planned stream where I'll be working on this is next Friday, so July 29th. Cool. Update my Mac. Maybe I'll do a stream next week where I reinstall all the stuff on my Mac, because I need to update it. I'm currently on Mojave. Cool. Yeah, and I think people missed it, but the plan is to build an app where users can create and share lists of places to visit. So the example I use were like a list of all my favorite restaurants in Denver, that kind of thing. And so that's basically what we're building. Today, again, we just got the setup, but next time will be the actual application code. And so basically you can log in, you can create a list, add a bunch of places to it by like clicking on a map or searching, and then you can share that link with someone and it'll show all the items and show it on a map. That's the plan for this thing. Deno auth is a library that we found. Pretty much every auth library we found would only work with Oak. Oak being the like backend API library for Deno. But Deno auth seems generic enough that we can use it inside of Fresh. We're hoping anyways. We don't know yet, but we're hoping. And honestly, it would be fun to add Twitch auth to this, because I believe, like, if we look at it, yeah, it only has these strategies, but we could add a Twitch strategy, so we could do Twitch login. Yeah, so that's that. But yeah, this is where the code is. Feel free to check it out. Yeah. No, Deno is steadily gaining traction and such. So like Deno Fresh, this library that or this framework that I'm using, was released fairly recently. And it's pretty slick. Bun was released 2 weeks ago. And in terms of like features, is way behind what Deno can do. But yeah, like just in general, like we're in a space where like things are moving fast and there's lots of different options. It's possible that like if Bun gets enough development and moves fast enough, will outpace Deno, but we're like a year, 2 years away from being able to say that. And if you think about like that's a year or 2 years for Deno to keep on iterating and getting new features and support for more Node stuff, whereas Bun is fresh out the oven. It's got a lot of work to do. Okay, that's it. That's all. I'm done. Thank you all for tuning in. Thanks for the great suggestions and comments and all that good stuff. And you're great. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, you know what? There were probably supports that I missed. Hopefully I didn't. If you subbed, I appreciate you. If you gifted subs, I appreciate you. Stay awesome. These are some raid messages you can use. If you're a sub, you can use that one. If you're not a sub, you can use that one. And thank you, Tarawat. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Oh, appreciate you, Andreas. I feel like there were a lot of people watching that didn't say anything, but thank you for being my my moral support, hanging out in the background. Yeah, I'm going. Right now, there is no stream planned, but I'm thinking next stream will probably be Monday. You can check out the Google Calendar. Yeah, there's no streams on the calendar for next week, but I'm going to try to update that tomorrow. Keep an eye on the Discord. Keep an eye on the Twitter. All of that will keep you updated. And also, if you're feeling nice, sign up for my mailing list. I don't spam you. And the only messages I've ever sent are just telling you my stream schedule. But eventually, when I release paid courses, I will let you know on the mailing list. Okay, that's it. That's all. I'm gotta go. I don't know who we're gonna raid, but whoever we raid, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. Have a wonderful weekend. Be awesome to yourself and everyone around you. And wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. Credits are rolling, but you all can't see them, so sorry about that. Sure, I'll do that. Is that all would that be all the recent followers? But anybody that followed today, or anybody that threw a sub or gifted subs or gave bits, I appreciate you. I'll have to fix this credits issue, but regardless, see ya. Yeah.